2, 1. Good evening and welcome to the Monday, March 13th, 2023 Kent County Public Schools Board of Education open session. The first item on the agenda this evening is to approve the agenda. The administration is recommending the approval of this agenda. Do we have a motion to do so?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Ms. Sullivan has a motion to approve the agenda. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, okay.
We have a second by Mr. Rhodes. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is moving into closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members of this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, will move to closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B, Section 1. The topic is applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for closed session discussion: public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive, personal, and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. 3-305B, Section 9. The topic is the discussion of ongoing negotiations with Kent County Public Schools bargaining units. The reason for this is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I motion that we go into closed session for the reasons stated.
Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a second by Ms. Dorsey and a motion by Ms. McGee. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We will move into closed session and return at approximately 6:30 p.m. for this second portion of our The Monday, March 13th, 2023, Kent County Public Schools Board of Education open session meeting. We are calling this second portion of the evening of the open session to order. The first item on the agenda is Section 3A, is to report on closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B. Section 1, the topic was applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay, extra duty, and any other personnel matters. The reason for closed session was public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive, personal, and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. We also spoke in Section 9. The topic was discussion of ongoing negotiations with KCPS bargaining units. The reason for closed session, to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. This session was for information and discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon after the superintendent's report this evening, Section 5B. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Wallace, would you lead us, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the February 13th, 2023 open session meeting. The administration is recommending approval of these minutes as presented. Do we have a motion to approve?
I've got a question. I think it's, because we had two sets of minutes, and I think it's from the February 13 minutes. There's a discussion in there about the legislation about the student member of the board. Is that in the minutes? And I can't figure, and there's mention in there of Jay Jacobs and the language changing, and I want to make sure that it's stated correctly, because I was kind of confused about how the whole thing happened anyhow. And I didn't mark it. I was making notes as I went.
So,
Yeah, I see it in the first set of minutes.
Yeah, is it stated correctly?
Sent a letter of support for House Bill 402. She noted the bills were amended by Senator Hershey and Delegate Jacobs to reflect that the student board member could attend to close. No, it's not.
Yeah, okay.
could not attend.
Yeah.
Could not, okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. The administration is recommending approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve with the change, amendment?
One more question in those. There's a reference to, can I?
Yeah.
There's a reference to cash flow, talking about the $500,000 we would put aside. Is cash flow a synonym for fund balance?
I guess I have to read it.
Okay.
It's outside of context.
Yeah.
So let me,
I've just never heard it phrased that
Yeah,
way
it's-
before.
It's in that also. It says, Ms. McGee questioned whether the $500,000 that KCPS keeps for cash flow is separate from the figures provided.
well, it is in a way because.
Okay,
we're
I just want to
thinking-
make sure we're talking about the same thing,
Yeah.
that's all. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to approve the February 13th minutes with the amendment.
I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I vote affirmative.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of February 27th, 2023 open session meeting. Do we have a motion to approve?
I motion that we approve the minutes of the February 27th open session.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Second by Ms. Dorsey. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I approve.
We have approval. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that. Ms. Gale, public participation? Okay. Dr. Couch, superintendent's report.
Okay, a couple of good news items. On February the 15th, Dr. Renee Neely, who's the Comprehensive Planner Specialist for the Division of Support Student Support, Academic Enrichment, and Educational Policy. Talk about a title. From MSDE notified us that KCHS has been awarded the School of Excellence Award for the state of Maryland. KCHS was chosen for their work with students around the college application and the FAFSA processes. The evidence for the award was based on the FAFSA outreach initiative and data. Congratulations to Jessica Bennett, who's part of that counseling suite, and Devin Jenkins and Andra Anderson for their hard work. So it was really quite a surprise that we were chosen for this, representing the state of Maryland. But then there was further news that the Maryland College Application Campaign is part of the larger national effort to increase the number of students applying to college. So each year they honor schools that have done exceptional work in supporting this effort. This year, the MSDE State Coordinator, which was Dr. Renee Neely, nominated Kent County High School to be a 2022 School of Excellence. On February the 25th, we were notified that KCHS was selected as one of a few schools across the country to be recognized, and there will be a formal recognition in late March. So again, really great effort on our high school's part in terms of getting these students to complete their applications, making sure that they do everything that's necessary so we can get them into college. So it's quite a wonderful recognition. Thank you, Ms. Hemstetter and your team, for doing such a great job. On February 21st, we had our kickoff meeting with the KCMS Modernization Project Feasibility Study. Our final ed specs is going to be held on March the 29th. That's when we'll have our last meeting with the ed specs committee. We'll go over all of the information that was put together by the teachers, where we outlined all of the specific spaces that we would need to have in the new middle school. And also it would help drive what renovations we would have to do if that's the direction we decide to go. We are planning to present those educational specifications to the Board of Education at the April board meeting. So that will require your approval. February was Black History Month, and I would like to commend all of our schools and principals for providing outstanding programs and events for our students. The principals and the staff involve the community in so many events, and I know I saw some of you as we went out to some of the events throughout the community and in our schools, and it was great to see such enthusiasm and the involvement of our community partners. The Community Eligibility Provision, which is CEP, is a meal service option that allows schools and school districts in low-income areas to serve free breakfast and free lunch at no cost to all of the students that are enrolled in that school. Schools and school districts with an identified student percentage of 40% or higher are eligible to elect CEP participation in these programs. And a lot of this information is taken through direct certification, which is the SNAP, the TANF, all of those programs that we have. The information is gathered from the state, and currently Rock Hall and Garnett are CEP schools. Well, next year, we're 99.9% sure. We're waiting for the final calculation to get in for us, but we're pretty sure that all of our schools will qualify for CEP next year, which you'd asked about our debt. And so far, our debt in all of our schools combined, well, the ones that are not CEP, is about $5,719. So once all of our schools are qualified for CEP, we wouldn't really necessarily have to collect.
That wouldn't be an issue.
That would no longer be an issue.
Wow, okay.
That would be really great, because
Yeah.
we'd offer it free to all of our students.
But
Whether
this isn't the community school designation, this is just
this
food
is
service.
CEP.
Okay,
Yeah, this is something totally different.
that's great.
The state accountability report card data was released last week, and I'm proud to announce that Kent County High School and Rock Hall Elementary were rated as 4-star schools. Rock Hall is up from a 3-star to a 4-star, so they actually moved up a spot, and that was directly tied to their performance on MCAP and the amount of students that they grew from one year to the next. And also Kent County Middle School, Galena Elementary School, and Garnett Elementary School were all rated 3-star schools. I think it's important to note that Galena and Garnett missed being a 4-star school by 3.3%. So they were really, really close to being four-star schools. So they've got something to work on, and they're already analyzing their data and trying to see what they can do to bump up their scores. If you'll recall, it has a lot to do with MCAP, attendance, the growth, and of course, graduation rate, and a lot of other things at the secondary level, at the high school level. But I thought our schools did, a really fine job, and I want to congratulate all of our principals and our teachers for doing such an amazing job. I would like to announce the Teachers of the Year by school. I'm sure some of you have seen it in social media, but I wanted to make it official at the board meeting. The Galena Teacher of the Year is Jessie McGee. Rock Hall Elementary School, Dave Jacomowitz. Garnett Elementary School, Laura Marone. Kent County Middle School, Roberto Copeland. And Kent County High School, Tim Kellerman. And they were all pretty excited and very appreciative of us coming out and acknowledging their selection as the Teacher of the Year. Our support person of the year by school, Galena, Susan Lufkin, which she was really over the top excited. Rock Hall Elementary, Tracy Piasecki. Garnett, Theodosia Parker. Kent County Middle School, Chanel Copper. Kent County High School, Joanne Miller. The promising educators, you can be nominated, you have to be less than 5 years or less.
Within their first 5 years.
Within their first 5 years. And so they submit, and then the finalists are selected, and the schools nominate their promising educators. And the 4 finalists for Promising Educator of the Year are Brooke Joyner from Rock Hall Elementary School, Tykia Jones from Kent County Middle School, Taylor Johnston from Garnett, and Jody Bortz from Garnett as well. So those are the finalists. And I do want to note that we still have to talk about May 1st because we have our budget hearing scheduled for that night, and that's the same night as the Bayside Conference Annual Senior Scholar Athlete Awards Banquet. So I've not missed one since I've been here. I know other superintendents have missed it because of competing and obligations that they've had. They've sent somebody else. It's entirely up to you. If you feel like we need to have it on the 1st, and I can send somebody else to represent Kent County, but I just need to kind of get that on our radar.
Could we move it up to the Thursday before, the April 27th?
Let's see.
I'm not seeing anything on mine.
I just want to throw this out so that we don't get jammed up the way we did last year. Is there any way of knowing
We don't
what
wanna
the
do it
date?
then.
April 28th.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the fine arts is
That's what I'm
that
talking
week.
about,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I think
I've
it's on
got,
Friday.
well, no, but they've got stuff going on all week that week.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So,
the big thing
The
was
Fine Arts
the night.
Showcase
Yeah.
is on Thursday, the 27th.
Is it on
from 6
Thursday?
to
Okay.
8.
Then what about the 26th? The Wednesday?
I can't do it then. I cannot do it on the 26th.
What's wrong about May 2nd?
That's what I'm suggesting.
Oh, May 2nd, yeah. Go after?
That works for me.
I'm fine with Tuesday, May 2nd.
Okay.
Is that?
Are you okay with that,
Yeah.
Dave? All right, very good.
Okay.
All right, that concludes my report. And
Okay.
point of reference, someone drove all the way here for public participation. They're here now, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to allow them instead of having to wait for the whole meeting.
Sure.
Because I think you drove from Baltimore, right? Harford County. Okay, Harford County. Close. That's not that close. So, I don't know.
I mean, I think that's fine. Ms. Posey-Moss, have you filled out if you could bring that up to Ms. Gale with the red sweater up front, that'd be great. Okay, just as I mentioned, Kent County Board of Education rules for public participation. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. Comments about the actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comments and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or processed through available channels. If submitting written testimony, speakers are requested to provide a copy to the president. Please remember that this is an opportunity for the community to address their comments to the board, not an opportunity for dialogue. If you have questions that need an answer, please contact the superintendent or write a letter to the Board of Education, and a response will be sent back to you. I will be timing, and at 30 seconds, I'll let you know. And just as an introduction, I had the pleasure of being on a MAID call with you, Ms. Posey-Moss, so thank you for joining us. I know you're on a concert tour across the state of Maryland, so welcome. You'll hear the timer start, and we're good to go.
Thank you. I feel so special because of that public statement just for me, I'm the only speaker.
Yes.
Oh, wow, thank you. Well, thank you. You may begin. I'm Marla Posey-Moss, the president of Free State PTA. I'm the state PTA representing National PTA in the state of Maryland. I appreciate your welcome, President Getz and Dr. Couch and Board of Education members. I'm here actually to visit with you today just to give you a face to the new Free State PTA in the state of Maryland. I'd like to first share with you what distinguishes PTA from other parent groups, especially since all PTAs are nonprofits and are membership-based advocacy associations. As the largest child advocacy association in Maryland of over 60,000 members, the Free State PTA values collaboration, commitment, diversity, respect, and accountability. The state PTA works with constituent PTAs on a myriad of professional business expectations, ranging from leadership training, adherence to financial guidelines and governance documents such as bylaws, promotion of partnerships within the school community, maintaining insurance and tax filings, and administration of programs and grant funding that promote family engagement, the arts, health and safety, literacy, and a host of other parent interests that contributes to a positive school climate. A critical component that underlies our work as a PTA family is in diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. The PTA realizes that strong education that considers DEI helps children, their families, and school communities be successful. Moreover, a quality education is attained when diverse voices, perspectives, and experiences are infused in acquiring knowledge and learning in classrooms, executing policies and procedures, and in professional development. Additionally, achievement is improved when the implementation of education is tailored with the proper resources to meet the needs of students. That is equity. Membership to PTA is always open to anyone who believes in the purposes and value of PTA. And this includes individuals who do not have children, to parents and guardians of non-public school students, and to members of the community like yourselves. And on the note of policymaking, annually, the Free State PTA develops a legislative agenda, of which I hope you did receive via email. At the root of our legislative agenda is parental involvement and advocacy for all students, their families, teachers, and school communities. And I'd just like to share with you some of the legislative positions we have supported in Annapolis. House Bill 185, non-public schools and child care providers, corporal punishment,
30 seconds,
prohibition.
Ms. Posey-Moss.
Thank you. Teacher Certification Program Implementation Study, HB 56. Youth Equity and Safety Act, the YEST Act, Senate Bill 93, House Bill 96, which prevents children from being tried as adults. School buildings, solar technology, solar panels on schools, HB 300. Teacher Certification Program Implementation and Study, HB 56. And we have a myriad of other issues we've supported as well. Thank you for your time in support of public schools.
Thank you so much. Thank you for attending. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we'd like to move on to personnel actions. Mr. Hushin?
Thank you, President Getz, school board members, Dr. Couch. Each month, the board receives a report of stated personnel actions. These actions are discussed during closed session, and then a vote is held here in open session. There is one small amendment with a location change, and with that said, the administration seeks approval of the stated personnel actions.
Okay, as Mr. Hushin just noted, the administration is recommending approval of these stated personnel actions, looking for a motion that includes the amended location change. without providing the details.
I'll make a motion to approve with amendment.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. The next item on the agenda is the Golden Anchor Award.
Thank you again. We are here to honor our March Golden Anchor Award winner. This month, we've had 9 nominations. As a reminder, any staff member can be nominated by another staff member, admin, student, or parent. And this award goes out to someone who truly embodies the vision and mission of our school system. Tonight's winner, we actually have some folks who are going to be joining me to share some comments that were sent in by this month's winner as part of their nomination. I'm also going to ask Tracy Williams, Supervisor of Student Services, to join us as well.
Good evening, Chris Hemstetter, Principal of Kent County High School. So we're very excited this evening to announce that Mrs. Jessica Bennett is our award or honoree this evening. Mrs. Bennett goes above and beyond for her students. She lives out our KCPS vision daily and makes sure that our students are challenging themselves and leaving KCHS equipped to achieve their highest potential. She comes to work early, often leaves late, and works some evenings from home to make sure that her students and our school have all that they need to be successful. She leads our counseling department with ease, and I am lucky to have her as my mentor to learn all I can from. Mrs. Bennett lives out our KCPS mission and vision daily, and our KCHS students, staff, and community are lucky to have her advocating for our students. I don't think any of us can move as quickly and do what she does on a daily basis. We receive multiple emails daily reminding all of us at Kent County High School what we should be doing and what we need to do. She is from one end of the building to the other end of the building. She runs our counseling department smooth, with ease, and it is just a pleasure to work with Mrs. Bennett, so I'm very excited for her this evening.
Please join us in honoring. Over here, Jess. And I know Jess brought some family with her this evening, and they are more than welcome to join us for a photo with Dad. Congratulations, Jess. There you go. Hold that. Come on.
All right, ready? Okay, here we go.
Congratulations, Ms. Bennett. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 5D, decision to retain the France Law Group, William Shinoff, in social media litigation.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, we discussed this in closed session a couple of meetings ago with regard to whether the Kent County Public Schools wanted to join the litigation to pursue claims for damages associated with social media litigation. It's effectively the same type of contract that we signed with the Altria litigation. We don't have to put any money into it. It's a matter of just completing some information that they will need, and then we would get whatever the settlement would be, then we would get something out of that as well. So the board needs to make a recommendation in closed session, in open session, whether you want to join the social media litigation.
Do we know what kind of time commitment it would be for staff to complete the paperwork that they are required?
We don't know for sure. I don't know, I don't have that information. It'll probably, it'll have to be something that we'll have to just provide the information that we do have on hand. It'll probably be how many, bullying reports are attributed to social media, how much of your time are you dealing with student issues that are directly related to social media, those kinds of things. Probably that type of information is what we'll have to provide. But as was stated, there's a lot of sentiment that social media has ended up with has caused a lot of mental health problems with some of our students and, probably even some of our adults, but also with regard to issues that happen on social media that are brought into schools that are causing disruptions of some type.
I think I recall that at least one of the apps that they were talking about was under Google, and we discussed whether or not that would be a conflict for us since we do use Google services, and my understanding is that we don't have a contractual conflict.
Adam said there was no contractual conflict.
Okay.
This is something so totally different.
Okay, the administration is asking for our direction as to whether Kent County Public Schools will join the social media litigation as mentioned above. Do we have a motion to approve moving forward? Call for the motion again. No motion provided.
Okay, I have
Okay.
direction.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Kent County Teachers Association. Do we have?
Nope.
Okay, we do not. So let's go right into Section 7, Board Discussion. Mr. Wallace.
All right. For Henry Highland Garnett Elementary School, March 15th, 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., Family Wellness Night, dinner and guest speakers and yoga. March 14th and 15th will be 5th graders starting MISA testing. For Galena, on March 8th, Galena kicked off the Kids for Heart Challenge. They currently have 32 students registered and have earned over $630 towards the goal. The challenge continues until March 30th. Also, their 5th graders will also be taking MISA testing. And on March 21st, we will rock our socks to support World Down Syndrome Day. For Kent County High School, Tuesday, March 14th, there will be KCHS Scholarship Blitz. Wednesday, March 15th, 7:45 to 10:05, 9th grade CTE Rotation Day. 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., AAEEBB Mentors. Friday, March 7th will be St. Patrick's Day and the Trojan Trample. Monday, March 20th through 24th, it will be Substance Use Prevention Week. Tuesday, March 21st will be Challenge Day at KCHS. Wednesday, March 22nd will be SAT School Day. Thursday, March 23rd will be the KCHS Super Bowl dinner at 4:30 p.m. Friday, March 31st, midterms exams for period 1 and 2. And then Monday, April 3rd, midterms exams for 2 and 4, for periods 2 and 4 and 1 and 2. Thursday, April 6th through the 12th, schools will be closed for spring break. And that is all.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Ms. Dorsey? Okay. Ms. McGee?
First thing I want to say is, believe it or not, today marks the 3-year anniversary of when we closed for COVID. I remember it was Friday, March 13th, and I know exactly where I was when it happened, and I'd like to say that probably the best thing that I can say is the last couple of years have shown that we're resilient. I don't want to say that we're better than we were before, but I'll say that we're different. We're innovative. I think we're stronger. we came out better the wear than some other counties. I want to applaud Dr. Couch and her staff for really being one of the very first ones to roll out the, how we were going to handle our instruction. And I know we thought that it was just going to be a nice, long 2-week vacation, and it ended up being about a year before, I think high school kids went back on February 1st. So, hey, we all should be wearing a T-shirt that says, I survived COVID. So that being said, the last couple of weeks, I've been able to attend a couple of really cool things. Future Farmers of America, their annual banquet, the Minority Scholars ceremony. I was really happy to see that return to in-person. The GNA and the CNA students were pinned last Wednesday. About 2 weeks ago, Garnett Elementary School had its first Henry Highland Garnett Day, and that was really exciting to see. Chesapeake Heartland came in and did a really wonderful presentation to the students and gave them a history of what their school was, and this is where it used to be, and this is who Henry Highland Garnett was. And since the beginning of this year, I've been a character counts coach on Friday mornings for a kindergarten class at Garnett, and it gives me a whole new appreciation for what goes on in our classrooms and how it's very difficult to keep 24 kids' attention for 25 minutes. So I want to go on the record as saying I salute all teachers, and thank you for the experience.
The question is, will you do it again?
Yeah, I'm loving it, but I think I'm probably learning more than they do. What I will say is that kids are amazing. They are so open and loving and no filter, and that's really refreshing to think that we were all once that way. So anyhow, it's been a really wonderful experience for me.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Mr. Rhodes?
I just have one thing to say. I went to this show at the high school, Charlie Brown, and it was one of the best performances I've ever seen. The kids were engaged. There was a lot of people there watching, and I'm just really proud of what our students are doing, and let's just keep it going, because it was just, I wish I could have seen both of them. I was only there for one, but it was just a wonderful production. I think some people from Garnett were involved, and it was just, the other schools, it was wonderful. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Ms. Sullivan?
I had a few things also. I'm sorry I missed the FFA banquet on February 24th, but I heard it was a really fantastic event, and I also was able to attend the Minority Scholars Program, and it was very moving. Their speaker was exceptional. Last year, I provided written testimony in support of House Bill 1240 for a low-density calculator to provide additional funding for school districts with less than 2,000 enrollments. Unfortunately, it didn't pass at that time, and it has been reworked and refiled as House Bill 799, and I've again been happy to provide written testimony in support of the bill. I watched the hearing and was glad to see our county commissioners attended in person, so I wanted to thank them for their support of that also. The nurses pinning ceremony on March 7th was truly lovely. The students started their health services education during the pandemic and did their first year virtually, and even with that hurdle, it was clear the strong bond that they have with each other and with their teacher, Ms. Collison, and I got to speak with Ms. Collison for a few minutes after the event, and it was very, very nice to get to know her. I also was able to attend You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, the opening night, and as Mr. Rhodes mentioned, the actors were wonderful. Everyone seemed to have a great time. The stage was beautiful, and kudos also to the crew for all of their hard work. And I want to say thank you to Director Lori Armstrong, Art Director Stephanie Spencer, and Music Director Jody Boards for the dedication that you made for our students. It was a really great night. And I'll also add that I am, scroll down, sorry, looking forward to the grand opening on March 25th of the Benson Leslie Prince Raymond Cultural Center, which is home of the Kent Cultural Alliance. KCA is a great supporter of our arts educators, and I wish them all the best in their new building. And I want to also say congratulations to all of our Teacher of the Year, Support Professional of the Year, and Promising Educator Award winners. And It's nice to have our PTA representative tonight. I'm going to make my plug again that it's never too late to join your PTA. It is March. We still have things that we are trying to do, and we need your help. So parents, please check in with your principals and find out how to join your PTA. And that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Yeah, as well, just a couple updates. I also attended the Minority Scholars Ceremony, the FFA banquet, the Charlie Brown play, the pinning ceremony for the health CTE and the Spanish Honor Society induction. And what I'll say is, attending all of those events, it really, and then hearing of the awards for congratulations for the Kent County High School Awards that Dr. Couch mentioned, it really speaks to what's happening in Wharton. And it's pretty fascinating. We have students that are just unbelievably awesome. They're doing all of this great stuff out there. I would encourage folks in the public as well as each of us to try to attend as much as possible. This is a very busy time of year, and it's going to go pedal to the metal until we get seniors are released, and then it gets real quiet. But enjoy it, spend the time out there as well as with our other schools. I also testified virtually for the House Bill 402 for the student member of the board support with amendments. I also had submitted a letter for the funding piece that both Jay Jacobs and Senator Hershey had submitted, so that was part of the process. The other piece, again, I'd like to thank the county commissioners for being in Annapolis in person. I know that there were some scheduling pieces there that certain, I think Commissioner Nickerson had to go and meet, and the county administrator actually went and met as well, but it was really nice to see them there and doing that, and also for us to support. I will mention coming up on Wednesday, March 26th, the CCAC meeting will be held at Kent County Middle School in person. Also available by virtual, by Zoom, I believe it is, a platform, or maybe it's something else. If you'd like to attend virtually and not in person, that email address is fsupport@kent.k12.md.us. I believe the topic coming up is understanding the autism spectrum disorder. So I would encourage those folks that have a chance to attend that in person. Definitely recommend that. And Ms. Posey Moss, thank you again for coming over to our board meeting here. I had the pleasure, as I mentioned earlier in the introduction, to be with you in a virtual space with MABE. So it's nice to see you again, and I thank you for spending time with us. Thank you.
Just one other thing, Mr. President, I just wanted to note that I was actually online waiting to testify for House Bill 799. I was in the waiting room to testify. I actually waited, and then the chair went on to the next bill and left me in the waiting room. And then I got this really apologetic email and from the person that was running the waiting room, and said that the chair must not have had his glasses on because I was there waiting. So I was disappointed that I didn't get to testify, but I did make sure that the commissioners knew that I was waiting to testify, and it was really not my error, it was their error. So, but we did send 3 letters of support, so that was good.
Yeah. And I'll just add one more. Just a huge congratulations to our Teachers of the Year, our support staff of the year, and our promising educators. I know they have to go through the vetting process now with panel and get to be the chosen one to represent Kent County for the state, but just a huge shout out to them as well. There's a lot of great work being done, and it's really reflected in what's happening in our school community. So thank you so much for that.
Can I add one thing?
Please.
Francois, Ms. Sullivan and I both kind of hung out and talked to Ms. Collison after the CNA, GNA ceremony last week, and one of the things I want to say is that all 17, 18, I don't know how many students they were, they all passed their certifications for being a certified nursing assistant, a geriatric nursing assistant, and they literally could be hired today. And Ms. Sullivan, you want to finish the story?
Oh, yeah, I did get contacted by Horizons to see if anybody was available to come and work for them for 6 weeks this summer. So there are already opportunities coming their way.
So that's pretty
great.
cool. So anyhow, our CTA program is pretty amazing, and not enough people in the community know about that.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Moving into education services, the next item on the agenda is the Blueprint Education Plan, and I see Mr. Porter making his way up to the podium. And others.
And others, yes, et al.
And all. Welcome.
President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present on our progress with the Comprehensive Blueprint Implementation Plan this evening. KCPS is committed to sharing information as it learns it about the blueprint for Maryland's future and our local plan for implementation in Kent County. Now, because of the comprehensive nature of the KCPS Blueprint Implementation Plan, KCPS has developed an executive summary, which we are presenting to you tonight. It's intended to provide an overview of our approach to implementing the blueprint through the 23-24 school year across the 5 policy areas of the blueprint. So whereas our comprehensive implementation plan is a 154-page document, you'll see that our executive summary is a 22-page document.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. And again, it speaks to our commitment to provide equitable opportunities for the public to learn about our approach, knowing that the 150-page document is not as accessible as the executive summary. So what we would like to do tonight is to walk you through that executive summary, beginning with our approach to preparing to implement the blueprint for Maryland's future, which I will address. At that point, we do have the chairs of our various blueprint policy area committees are here with us tonight, individuals who you all recognize as being resident experts here in Kent County Public Schools. So as we walk through each of these areas, do please feel free to interrupt if you have questions or if you'd like to wait until the end of that particular section to address your questions, you're welcome to do that as well. So beginning with our approach to preparing to implement the blueprint, really we utilized a committee approach beginning in September. We've presented this information to you in past Board of Ed meetings. We had a total of 67 community members who you can see are representative of various stakeholder groups. You can see in this chart here that the largest stakeholder group that we engaged in preparing our implementation plan is community members. The executive summary here will show you exactly who those community members, well, not the actual identities of the community members, but the groups that those members represent. You can see as well, following the community members, school-based staff, including principals, teachers, and other school staff are the second largest demographic represented. We have here the 4 blueprint policy area committees: early childhood education, Pillar 2, highly qualified and diverse teachers and leaders, our CCR committee, and then Pillar 4, the more resources to ensure all students are successful. You can see here as well the resident experts who chaired those committees as well as their titles, and hyperlinked for you in the PDF version are the actual minutes from those meetings that you can consider there as well. The most recent committee meetings that we've held, we really wanted to stress moving up to our March 15th deadline for submitting our comprehensive implementation plan, which is this week. But we wanted to highlight the contributions of these committees to our implementation plan, and we were happy that we could actually take specific content from our implementation plan and show it to these committees to show them, that their work was incredibly valuable. So those 67 individuals, I really want to not recognize them by name tonight, but really recognize that their contribution, we would not have been able to create this plan without their input continually since September. It wasn't only in these policy area committees that we were engaging our stakeholder groups. I've appreciated the quarterly opportunities that the Board of Ed has afforded, in addition to the individual sessions that we engaged in toward the end of February. We had one of the first instances that I was able to meet some of the members of the board was at the Citizens Advisory Committee in the summer. I appreciated that invitation, and I gladly join you all again. We had an opportunity to present to
Mr.
teachers.
Porter, if I could interrupt, the date was August 29th, 2023 on the first bullet point. Should that be 2022? Right there.
Thank you for catching that. We are not time travelers here in
Yeah,
the
I just-
implementation plan, but you are correct.
I don't
That
mean
is
to
a
put you on the
past
spot.
date.
I saw the first bullet point at 2023. I'm like, that's pretty cool. You guys are awesome.
We have not developed that. We're planning strategically here,
Yeah.
but we're not that adept.
Yeah, that's great.
So we will make that technical correction.
Thank you.
Thank you
Sorry.
very much for
Sorry.
catching that. So August 4th, 2022, we did join the Citizens Advisory Committee. This past January, we had the opportunity to engage our teachers to share the direct implications of the blueprint on the teachers in KCPS. There is a brand-new, hot-off-the-press podcast where we were really highlighting our approach to college and career readiness on our local radio station. And you can see here that we do have various other plans in the works to continue to engage our stakeholder groups on the content of our implementation plan. Lastly, we have our timeline for implementation, which, as you can see, really began around September, and we are pushing right up to Wednesday's date. We do plan to submit our implementation plan tomorrow to the state and to the AIB, and we're very confident that they will find it to be a stellar example. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our first policy area expert, who is Dr. Wendy Keene, to walk you through our Pillar 1 early childhood education area of the plan.
Thank you. I'm going to go into some detail, but I'm going to kind of gloss over a few of these because Kent County is already ahead of the game in a lot of these areas. So when we're talking about expanding high-quality and publicly funded full-day pre-K, we're already there. Our students are eligible for pre-K and full-day universal pre-K. Implementing a high-quality mixed delivery public and private pre-K system. So currently, Tip Tot Tots, that's a tongue twister if you say that very fast, is our only eligible provider. So in order to be an eligible provider, you do have to have an Excels rating of 4 or 5 and have to go through the accreditation procedures. And we're currently working with Tip Tot Tots, and our staff collaborate weekly with their staff. So what that looks like is that our teachers are working with their teachers to ensure that we are already providing high-quality lessons that address those Maryland Early Learning Standards in language and literacy, numeracy, and social-emotional learning. So we are just beginning to do this with our next child care center that has opened up in Chestertown, who is also seeking full accreditation under the Child Development Association CDA credentials, and that is Little Blessings. So we will be working with Miss Waters, who is the owner of that daycare, to continue what we are doing at Tip Top Tots over at Little Blessings. Entering into a memorandum of understanding with MSDE and eligible private providers in a publicly funded pre-K in the county. So while we currently are not entering into an MOU because they are not an approved private provider yet, we have asked for the state, because they have not completed all of the requirements for that, not at their fault, just because when this was rolled out, they were not there yet. They are eager to be a private provider, and we are working closely with them to get to that standard. Public and providers meeting high-quality standards, again, through our collaboration. We are working together to make sure that all of our child care centers that we are working with, our staff goes in and does weekly lessons with them, collaboration, and ensuring that if they need something, that we are there through the infants and toddlers program or the early intervention programs to help with that. So administering an unbiased kindergarten readiness assessment, again, we were already there because some states did not, or some counties did not give the assessment to all students. we were giving the assessment to all students, including students with disabilities, and our most significant cognitively disabled students are also part of this data collection. So we were already there to meet that standard as well. Our Judy Center expansions, we do have one Judy Center here in Kent County. At this time, we are not expanding the Judy Center, but that is always open for us to consider. So what does that look like in what we're doing right now for early childhood? Rock Hall and Galena Elementary School are currently going through the process of the accreditation. So what they are doing right now are their self-assessments. And once complete, they will write a plan to address any area where they are not meeting or may need improvements in because they're partially meeting that component. So they will spend the next 2 years addressing these areas, and then they will be evaluated by the state. So this plan goes into effect for 2 years to improve and make sure that we are providing high-quality early programming for our youngest learners. The other thing that we are currently working with our human resources team is that we are working with the CDA process. So that is the Child Development Associate Credentials. So by the fall of 2025, any person working as an instructional assistant in the pre-K classroom must meet this credential. So we are exploring options on how to help our staff meet this credential. And what is that credential? It's 120 hours of PD in early childhood, or if the instructional assistant already has an associate's degree in any area, that will meet that credential as well. I am going to turn this over to Pillar 2.
Dr. Keene, before you go, is there a goal for the number of public-private partnerships for this pillar?
So yes, there's a percentage of children, and I believe it is 30 this year.
Okay,
So yes, there is.
great. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. I am here to highlight 7 aspects of our high-quality and diverse teacher and leaders area. First is our responsibility to monitor the quality and diversity of our current existing workforce as well as future teachers. As part of this process, we're using our historical hiring data to identify trends to help also develop our future hiring needs. Obviously, as we have discussed in our strategic plan to, increase our diversity in our workforce to match our student demographics, and the ongoing evaluation of our recruiting and hiring practices. One of the reporting requirements for the blueprint is for us as a school system to submit a diversity hiring report to MSDE July 1st of every single year. This has been an area that actually in our stakeholder group, a lot of good work and future thought actually came out of. One of the things that have been discussed and is part of our plan is to form different subcommittees to, keep this at the forefront of our plan. Next, probably, more so than ever, our partnership with institutions of higher ed who are preparing our future workforce. One of the big changes that the blueprint is requiring for aspiring teachers is the student teaching experience, which is being referred to as the 21st century student teaching practicum, which will change the traditional, student teaching experience from a 10 to 14 week experience to a year-long experience. Some of this work we have been able to really get a jump start on through the partnerships that we've created through the LEADS grant. And, some of those key partners I would like to identify here out loud because they are going to be crucial to increasing our workforce over the next few years. So currently, we have a very strong partnership with Chesapeake College, Washington College, as well as like Bowie State, and we're currently working with Salisbury University to also help support us in this work.
Could you scroll down with?
Oh, I am sorry, I'm off of my sheet, I apologize. All right, so I am, for everyone that is watching, I am now on page 11 at the top. With that said, the partnerships that we, have with our institutions of higher ed, developing pathways for our current support staff to become aspiring educators is something that I think we are extremely, extremely proud of, and something that has really taken off for us. And, we feel, that it is a great strategy to not only to recruit, but also to retain our staff going forward. A big part of this work is known as the grow your own model. And again, with the Blueprint and Site, the LEADS grant, a lot of our planning that, was put into that has allowed us to really put these programs in place. And I can say that currently we have 16 active support staff are enrolled or are enrolled or very well engaged in their coursework to become a certified educator. Now, I will also say it will take a few years to actually see that, as the schooling, can take anywhere from, 2 to 4 years, depending on where each individual is. In addition, we have also, have discussed and been putting in place ways to tap into our current students and, ways that we can inform them and encourage them to, become an educator, even outside of the students who are in our like TAM program. And the academic partners that I spoke about earlier are all involved in this process and continue to come up with innovative ways to offer programming, that fits the schedule of a full-time working staff member who also have other things happening outside of school. So, special shout out to those institutions of higher ed. One of the big pushes in the blueprint for educators is the push towards national board certification. With that, we have started our very own national board certification cohort where we have 12 current staff who are fully engaged and immersed in the work to become a nationally board certified educator. We have created a structure and support program for this first cohort where they are getting direct coaching 3 times a month, twice virtually and once in person. We are continuing to work towards that trend. We have projected out a plan over the next few years to get more and more staff to nationally board certified, and we will be hosting a second cohort next year as well. And I'll come back to the national board certification here shortly. Also, one of the most significant significant requirements in this area is to implement a 4-tier career ladder, which is, going to change the way, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting to scroll, folks, I'm sorry about that. Which is going to be a structure how staff, will fall into certain tiers, which will impact their instructional time. With the, one of the priorities of this is that our, teachers who, have higher level degrees and national board certification will become more involved in the ongoing coaching and support of our first, second, and third-year teachers. So this is something that we need to create in partnership with our association. There are a lot of aspects to it that are subjects of like collective bargaining. So there's, not a lot that can be discussed, but this is something that has to be phased in over time, and we are actively working towards putting plans in place for this. In addition, there's also an aspect of this where we are to encourage teachers to obtain a master's degree in a content-specific area, with the, main objective to, which, will actually carries into the CCR plan, is to have those teachers teach dual enrollment classes.
On
So,
campus.
On campus, in-house, yep. And last but not least, to improve educator compensation. As part of this, there was the mandate to increase salaries by 10% between 2019 and 2024. There is also another phase into increase starting salaries to a minimum of $60,000. And a national board certification incentive of $10,000 for those that achieve and maintain certification. So there's a lot involved here, but those are really some of the big aspects in our plan. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Mark Buckle is up here to talk about CCR.
Let me scroll up here for us. So I'm Mark Buckle, Assistant Coordinator for Special Education at CTE, and I have the pleasure of chairing the committee for the CCR Pillar 3. So I'll try and go through this. It's a pretty meaty pillar. There's a lot to it. It's kind of two parts, the instructional college readiness part, but then also the career planning through CTE and some of our post-CCR pathways, which I'll talk about in a minute. So it starts out with, we're providing equitable opportunities here for students, for ELA. We are looking at, continuing our monitoring of student achievement. We've also implemented teacher training with the science of reading. And then continue to, provide those high-quality instructional materials for the ELA teachers. In addition to that, there's intervention services that go along with ELA. We're doing tiered interventions at each grade level. These include things like school day tutoring. Again, for ELA, focus has been heavy on the science of reading. Also, we are looking at supporting underserved student groups through unique funding sources, Title I and some of the others that are highlighted throughout the plan. Again, also using the MAP assessments as one of our monitoring tools for ELA as we progress through there. Now, let me scroll on down here. Oh, I went a little too far. So we also have the same equitable opportunities for students to become college and career ready in math. Again, similar focus as ELA, creating a comprehensive plan for the mathematics, looking at training our teachers, providing professional development for them, as well as those high-quality instructional materials. In addition, we're also looking at using NWEA MAP assessments as those sort of benchmarks there, and you can see those grade levels that are depicted in the document. As far as interventions, again, we are also continuing with those tiered interventions at each grade level, school day tutoring, using those MAP data points to tailor that tutoring for those individuals, and then, again, continuing to support those underserved populations through those funding sources that we have in the county. All right, and then moving on here. So we also have to track our students to make sure that we are keeping them on track to meet CCR. So we have to, our goal here is monitoring, of course, but we're also trying to increase the number of students that achieve CCR their first attempt. And so in order to do that, we are implementing a tracking system where we will be looking at those students and, trying to make sure that they are meeting those standards for each grade level so that they will be prepared for those CCR tests when they reach that grade level, whatever it may be. For math, it can be anywhere from 8th through 10th. ELA will be 10th grade. We are also looking to track those students, of course, for graduation to maintain all credits needed to graduate. All right. Okay, providing the CCR support pathway for students that are not CCR by the end of 10th grade. So this was something that had to be done this school year. And so this plan has been completed and has been, will be implemented or is being implemented. This had to be implemented by July 1st of this year. So the support pathway will include various opportunities for students. There's multiple things they can choose to get supports if they are not successful with their CCR testing. These include anything from summer school opportunities, or summer opportunities, I should say, not really summer school. Summer opportunities, in-school opportunities, intervention, after-school tutoring, are just some of the things that have been written into the plan. We have done this through our committee and partnering with the Institutes of Higher Education, working with them, and also the one unique aspect to this intervention is that each student has to have an individualized college career readiness plan if they aren't CCR. So it's not a blanket, here's the tutoring session, you come to it. It is, Mr. Buckle didn't do well on these 3 aspects, this is his tailored intervention. So it is a lot more intensive, but hopefully we'll see those students be successful the next opportunity they have for their CCR assessment. Sorry, I'm scrolling a little far here. Okay, and then next school year, we'll be developing those post-CCR pathways for all the students in grades 11 and 12. So any student that is successful on ELA and math or CCR will be able to then fully commit to their post-secondary pathways. Some of this work has been done. Obviously, we already have some CTE programming in place, but we'll be adding some extra pathways that we sort of have parts to, but we don't have the whole complete puzzle put together. So one of those will be a college prep or a dual enrollment pathway. We offer dual enrollment, obviously, but this will be a tailored pathway that students will be able to select courses that would, count for both their high school credit and give them college credits. That will be defined during next school year. That is the mandate under the blueprint. In addition to that, we'll also be defining an advanced placement pathway or program of study. Again, this will be using existing advanced placement courses, but having a prescribed options for students to take to meet that pathway, whichever courses that we define in that pathway that they would be able to select there. The third option there that we'll be developing will be the CTE programs. Again, we have these in place. There may be some, minor tweakings to timing, offerings, if we're, just when we start looking at apprenticeships, but we don't anticipate that we'll be reducing any of our CTE pathways, and our hope is that we'll be adding a computer science pathway as well next year. And then the final post-CCR pathway will be youth apprenticeship. Under Maryland Blueprint, youth apprenticeship is its own defined post-CCR pathway. So we have begun a lot of work to try and come up with other avenues for apprenticeship opportunities. Again, that's where we may have to tailor some of our CTE programs so that we can have students finish those completer courses, possibly junior year, so they could go out for apprenticeship senior year. So I think that might about have us caught up. I know I went through that really fast. There's a whole lot more than what I just said, but try to keep it as succinct as possible. Any questions on that?
I just have a question. Did I overtalk this?
No, please.
Okay. For the CTE pathways that don't currently have an industry-recognized credential, is it because there isn't one in the industry, or is it because we just aren't doing the extra whatever?
No, they're all because there isn't one that is recognized by MSD for that particular pathway.
Gotcha, okay. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Pillar 4 aligns beautifully with the vision of our system, which is really just to see that all students are equipped to achieve their highest potential. It's really looking at those individual student groups, including the English learner group, and with that group, we are following the work group recommendations that have been given from the State Department, which includes asking us to examine our existing interpreter services, looking closely at the assessments that we give, as well as professional development opportunities. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. There you go. And I'll keep going. The other student group, and you've heard Dr. Keene speak specifically about some of the initiatives that are happening in the area of special education, but it's about improving education for students with disabilities. And so in this particular section of the pillar, we're looking at not only understanding who the students are, but being very mindful of what we can do to mitigate disproportionality. So one of the initiatives that our district is really embracing is the co-teaching model, and that has been one that has been part of the ongoing professional development within and across the school year. We also look closely and continue to monitor our current disciplinary practices, working hard to ensure that students with disabilities are not disproportionately impacted. So again, I think this pillar is all about the student groups and what we are doing to see that we're providing the resources that are needed to all students. Which brings me to the next section, and that is providing students that attend schools with a high concentration of poverty the additional resources. And as you know, in our district, last year, we hired school, I just lost their name, community coordinators for both Garnett and Rock Hall. Sorry, I'm really I had it all in my mind and it just went out for Garnett and Rock Hall. And so again, that was a big piece of this support that is being provided. And through the leadership that both of our coordinators have provided, we've formed some incredibly strong partnerships within those communities, which again enhance the supports and services that are provided to our students. We have a detailed list of our community partners, so we are not going to name any specific partners. But again, this is, I think, a great way to really take a look at what we can do beyond what we are doing in the other schools to best serve the students that are designated as concentration of poverty schools. And finally, enhancing student health services. And as you know, we've been very fortunate because we have had a behavioral health coordinator now for a number of years. And through the work of our student services team, including Tracy Williams, we've been giving strong attention to both the behavioral and the mental health needs of our students and staff as well. And mental health awareness is a big part of this particular section of the pillar. One of the things that we're thinking about now, and the team has examined what
the Student Service Department has brought to our pillar meetings is how are we monitoring the impact of what we are doing in the area of providing that support. So we're looking at some ways through both qualitative and quantitative data to really examine, is it making a difference? And finally, something that as a board you have asked that we pay attention to, and that is the training that we provide. And this year, we've not only continued with the Safe Schools training, which has come out of our department led by Mr. Hushin, but it expanded that to also include the ACES training, and all staff in our school system have received that training. So that's a very shortened version of Pillar 4, and I'll turn it back to our Blueprint coordinator.
Okay, so you can see that across the first 4 pillars of the blueprint, there's a tremendous amount of content. Pillar 5, which we've not talked a lot about, we do not have a stakeholder committee for Pillar 5. It is governance and accountability. And here in this section, we essentially demonstrate our plan to monitor all of the content that we have in our blueprint plan to ensure that it's not only that it's happening, but that it's happening to a very high quality. So what you're seeing here is that approach to sharing information not only about the blueprint, but about the structures that we have put into place. So we want to continue to meet with you quarterly to share information, and then our stakeholder committees as well. We are really combing through the blueprint to see what sort of structures we're putting into place, and to ensure that we are flagging the school-based staff who would be responsible for implementing that, to ensure that they know how to implement this program at a high quality. So for instance, the career counseling program, which is going to be brand new, will be onboarding that new employee. We want to ensure that they receive top-tier onboarding. This new student support pathway, we did not receive any funding to purchase a new employee or to bring anyone else on board, so we're going to be doing that with the staff that we currently have, and we want to ensure that from central office we're providing adequate support to ensure that they know that they have the supplies and the resources they need to do that well. So that's going to be an ongoing process throughout the spring, combing through our plan to ensure that we are providing the training to each of the individuals that are tasked with implementation. We are building a program review protocol, which will use both student outcome data, the quantitative data, not just academic data, but also student behavioral data, to measure the effectiveness of our programs. We also want to be using qualitative data in addition to the Maryland School Survey, which is administered annually. We want to employ some of our own surveys. We want to be in our buildings meeting with students and faculty to kind of get the flavor for how implementation is really going. Our monthly steering committees internally, those will continue for the duration of Blueprint as well, and we will task ourselves with monitoring that data routinely toward effective implementation. Blueprint does call for fiscal monitoring, which Ms. Stewart is partnering with us on, and she's really spearheading that, using a new system for reporting finances to the state. Well, it'll be new for the state, but it's a system that we're currently using, and we want to ensure that we're setting up our systems to report adequately on where the funding is going and the impact that it's having. Lastly, I'll leave you here. Whereas I didn't call out any of our specific stakeholder members, I do want to acknowledge the individuals employed by KCPS internally who literally put pen to paper and were answering one or more of these 164 questions in our plan. Not only our pillar policy area chairs, who you've heard from tonight, but also a more broad team of specialists here in our central office that we would not have been able to write this plan without. With that, that is the end of our presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
I have a question. You were really helpful a couple weeks ago about this program, and I think you said the 15th is the cutoff date, but there might be a little time beyond that. Is that correct?
So this is, I would have included that in the plan, but I just learned this morning in our Blueprint coordinator meeting. So we will be submitting our plan tomorrow, which is a day ahead of the deadline. We received a tentative deadline for revisions this morning, which is mid-April to mid-May. We would be hearing back from MSDE and the AIB regarding any revisions that are required. They are looking at a June 1st approval date, which would be a month ahead of the new fiscal year. So that's what we're looking at. Again, it was not written, it was simply spoken guidance, and that's kind of what we're operating off of now.
So I just have a few questions about the coaches, and I think that's either for you or Mrs. Giacomo. It's
Sure.
just a few questions, not many. 14. So approximately how many coaches are working in this program? You don't have to answer. I'm just going to give this to you, and you can answer me some other time. Approximately how many hours do they work a week? How many coaches are existing teachers, and how many are new instructors? Do the existing teachers earn additional compensation? If existing teachers work in this program, how much time is carved out of their work schedule for the coaching program? If they do have extra time, then what were they doing before under their existing contract with KCPS? I've got a list, I can give this to you. I brought a bunch of them.
There was something, actually, I just read today. I don't know if the school sent out a press release, but there was something specifically about coaches that probably answered all
Well,
of your
that's okay,
questions.
but I just want to ask I hear you.
Go ahead.
So I will say, we do have multiple coaching models that we reference in the plan, one of them being the student support coaches, which is brand new this year, funded through
Instructional coaches.
the Maryland Leeds Grant, and then we do have our building-based instructional coaches as well. And a lot of this is, I could probably direct you to specific pages of the plan where not only are we kind of describing our approach to providing these coaches, but we are linking artifacts which demonstrate what we perceive to be the benefit, the academic benefit of the use of these coaches as well, using the NWEA map. But your questions are valuable, so I would love to.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of answers out there that I don't know. But anyhow, the next one is this a mandatory program? If not, then how will we know if the students that need help will actually learn? Is this program for all students or for the ones that need extra help? Do the students have pre-testing practice exams before the LEA, Local Education Agency, proficiency testing data by MCAP or the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program? For example, the Pearson testing system. Will there be monthly progress reports made at the board meetings? As a board member, I would like one or possibly two coaches to speak at the monthly board meeting. We need transparency with this program. I'd like to see what they're accomplishing. Will the blueprint carry this program forward after existing resources run out? Do our elementary students take proficiency exams during the 5th grade that qualifies them to move up to the middle school? And does the same apply for 8th graders moving to the high school? I know there's a lot of questions, but those are things that I'd like to learn more
Sure.
about.
I've got most of those recorded, but I would appreciate them, in your wording.
I have a copy for you.
And that will benefit us. I do currently, I have answers to most of those questions, but I probably won't dive into them tonight. But I would be happy to take your questions and direct you to the specific content of our plan. We are confident that it is a comprehensive plan that really details our strategic approach to moving toward these targets that we've set for student growth in ELA and math.
Okay. Well, I got copies if you like one.
I would take a copy if it's
Okay.
prudent.
And I had just a question. You mentioned that you had worked up or are working on a program review protocol, and I was just curious if that was only really going to be utilized for AIB, for establishing that we had done the programs required, or if it could also be used as a tool within KCPS, and if that data would be shared within KCPS.
Sure. So you may recall that before I came to Kent County Public Schools, I was with Maryland State Department of Education working on their expert review team program. So I have had a pretty great experience at the state level building a school review protocol using a mixed method approach. And I would love to bring that to bear here in KCPS, not just for accountability's sake to the state, but in the best interest of the students to improve the effectiveness of the program.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And your form for submitting feedback was fantastic. It was very easy to use, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, this was for information purposes only.
I would just like to thank all of our staff. You saw that there were numerous people that contributed to the plan. These 5 individuals were the chair of their pillar. They put in a tremendous amount of time putting together our plan, which I thought was very well done. And I also want to thank Tom for keeping us on track. He was a taskmaster. We teased him a lot, but he enlightened us with some jokes and kept us moving. I think we were further along than many counties with regard to completing our plan. And not only that, I think that because we're so small, we all understand the blueprint and many of the pillars and how it applies in our school system. So you talk to other school systems, and each department doesn't really know what's going on. So we have that advantage of being so small that we know the plan very well.
I've got a question. Because I'm on the Citizens Advisory Committee, we had the benefit of the presentation that was done that you did this summer, which I thought was amazing. And I said I thought it should go on the road and the whole community, the whole county should see it. I thought I remembered at the time that we were further along than some other counties. I'm wondering, do you think everybody's going to be able to meet the March 15th deadline?
They're going to make it.
Really? Okay.
They will make it.
Okay.
We have
Come hell or high
received-
water.
Yeah.
We've received quite a lot of tailored support from MSDE and AIB, including, kind of one-on-one office hours at the drop of a hat in some instances. This morning even, I had a question about the technical aspect of submitting our plan. I contacted Mr. Lasser at the state, and he replied to me within 30 minutes of my email. So I think it is a priority for them to ensure that school systems are supported, which, I certainly appreciate.
Well, and one individual I forgot to thank was Dan DeVillio, who helped us with formatting and submitting that plan. So you were a big help, and so everybody just pulled together. And for being as small as we are, I cannot say enough positive things about my staff and their work.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Certainly thank you to
Thank
the
you.
chairs. Now all hands on deck with this. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the KCHS graduation time.
Good evening again, President Getz, Dr. Couch, and members of the board. The purpose of me being here this evening is to propose the graduation ceremony time for the previous approved date of Friday, June 2nd, 2023, for the graduation ceremonies. We would propose that it be at 9:30 a.m. Summary is the KCHS Administration surveyed 2023 graduating families, students, and also staff. The survey was sent through many different venues of robo-phone calls, emails, texts, social media, and school announcements. 73 individuals filled out the online survey. The survey proposed 2 times, 9:30 a.m. and 5 o'clock p.m. on that Friday. 42.5% of students responded, 35.6% of families, guardians responded, and 21.9% of KCHS staff responded. 56.2% chose 9:30 a.m., and 43.8% chose 5 o'clock p.m. So it is an action item, and the administration recommends approval for the KCHS class of 2023 graduation time to be Friday, June 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Great. As Ms. Hemstetter noted, the administration is recommending approval for the KCHS class of 2022 graduation time to be Friday, June 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Do we have a motion to enter?
I've got questions. Will this be like an asynchronous learning day so that teachers can still go, right?
So
Well-
yes, that date is an asynchronous day for all KCPS.
Okay.
So our teachers and staff will be able to attend the graduation.
And then I would just like to hear what Braden thinks of the graduation time and if students had any other feedback.
I think from what I've heard, it's pretty 50-50 from the students thing. As you can tell by the survey, it's like pretty close. There is a majority. The only questions that the students really have is like how many people will we be able to bring? I know last year I think it was 12 tickets. I was wondering if it would just stay the same for that.
We're in the process of doing those graduation meetings right now. Because the venue is outside, it opens up an opportunity for us to keep those tickets up high. So it will most likely be the same, so yes.
Okay. I personally would prefer the 9:30 a.m. but
I was saying, I feel like the last time we talked about this, the two options were like 5 or 6 p.m. How did 9:30 get in there?
Well, because it was not an asynchronous day at that time, and transportation was an issue. You know, we were having the bus routes go on right around that time, so it was due to the calendar committee and allowing us, or I think it being proposed to do the synchronous day, opened up
I was kind of
options for us.
surprised to see the time, but then I remembered in the old days when it was a Saturday morning, so,
Right.
yeah.
Dr. Couch, I have a question for you. Since Mr. Rhodes and I, between the two of us, have 3 graduating seniors, are there any issues with us voting on this? Okay.
No,
Just thought I'd ask.
that's good.
Any additional questions?
We don't have a speaker yet, do we?
We don't, but we're talking about that.
Okay.
Okay.
I just
Please.
worry with the 9:30 a.m. that a lot of like parents won't be able to get off of work and stuff.
Hopefully, it's enough advance notice that can be arranged.
Okay.
I mean, I know a lot of high schools throughout Maryland have morning, just because they have graduation ceremony in the morning, and it gives the families the rest of the day to celebrate and plan family activities, so.
And it's a pretty significant event at this
Yeah,
point, so
I
I think
mean, I
for
would hope they would be able to
a
get
family,
off.
that they would be
Yeah.
able to get off from work.
Okay. This is an action item. The administration is recommending approval for the KCHS Class of 2022 graduation time to be Friday, June 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Rhodes has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any additional questions or comments?
Just make sure it says class of 2023.
Yep.
Okay.
Class of 2023.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I also vote yes for the 9:30 a.m.
Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Hemstetter. The next item on the agenda is virtual learning plan.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board. Speaking of an asynchronous day, what I bring to you at this time is a draft plan for next year for our virtual learning day plan. I will not really be going through all the slides, but just sharing with you that just like last year, we have an opportunity to repurpose certain days. It has not changed from what we were able to do last year. What we bring before you today is a draft that we'd like you to review, and we'd also like to put this out for public input. So we'll be putting a survey out to the public that basically would allow us to convert December 21st to an asynchronous day for students to provide flexibility to our families near the winter holiday, to move March 28th to early release day to March 27th, and then convert March 28th to another asynchronous day, which again would allow more time for families right prior to the spring break. And once again, proposing that the high school graduation day would also be asynchronous to allow all staff with their families to attend the ceremony. One of the misconceptions that was out there last year when we put the plan to the public was that Kent County had a desire to do synchronous learning, go back to online learning, and that is never a desire. So just like this year, the only thing that we were required to do in our virtual plan is in the event that we have to use that day and we have to do live instruction, because in our plan we're proposing we would use them for inclement weather, that we have a practice day. So we're building in a practice day just like we did this year and suggesting that we convert a day that already exists as an early release day. So this is already, students are already being released early on November 8th. We'd like to turn that into the test run to be sure that anyone that needs those devices or has issues with connectivity, that we're able to get that information and gather that to drive the decision-making going forward. But hopefully, just like this year, we may never have to use those devices again. That is not the intent of it.
Well,
It's just to
for
have that.
online learning.
Well, yeah, thank you for clarifying. I don't mean never use the device again. Never have to go back to the online learning. So this is the proposed plan. We had to wait until the calendar was approved so we could align our virtual plan with the days that are in our approved calendar plan. Implementing the plan, again, this is just showing that we're following the guidance from MSDE, both for synchronous and asynchronous instruction. All of the slides will be available both to board members and the public to read at your leisure. We will be required to take attendance, and students who do not participate will have an opportunity to make up any work that is missed. We do ask that both the public and our staff read over the plan and provide feedback. We have an opportunity at the end of the PowerPoint to provide comments and also questions, and also we'll be sending that survey out to everyone once we post this on the website by the end of this week. So with that, are there any questions about the proposed virtual learning plan?
I had a parent make what I thought was a pretty great suggestion, since we are, I'm sure it's not completely arbitrary, but where we're selecting to have our test run day.
Yes.
And their suggestion was to do it the day after Halloween. To do it on the 1st of November, which would be a week earlier.
I see.
And
Why?
I just thought I would throw that out there.
Why?
Just because the kids are up late and keyed up the night before, and it would be an easier
But are they
morning
going to want
for
to get
them.
up and do online learning that morning?
They might be more
Thank you.
easier to get up and get in the living room than they are to get up and get on the bus.
I hear what you're saying. As someone who takes their grandchildren out trick-or-treating,
Yes.
I hear you loud and clear.
We'll take that under advisement.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that was for information only. Are there any additional questions before we move on?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is Procedure 600-33-MA Billing. Dr. Keene.
Good evening again, President Getz, members of the board. I'm presenting before you tonight an update to Procedure 633. This is procedure outlines changes to the medical assistance billing procedures that we do under students with disabilities for health-related services and case management. This procedure's updates reflect the changes in personnel that Kent County Public Schools now has versus what they did have previously. We previously had a specific person dedicated to medical assistance billing, overseeing completion, overseeing submission, and overseeing the billing procedures. That has been changed to reflect current staffing that we now have. Okay. Any questions?
I had a question about the section that was about OT, PT, and vision that seems to be being removed from this. Is it just contained, are those services addressed elsewhere, or?
Can you tell me where that
Yes.
is?
It is.
Under Billing Procedures number 3.
Yes, under billing procedures number 3. So that entire OT, PT, vision section is gone, and I didn't see where
Okay.
OT, PT, and vision was mentioned again.
So OT, PT, and vision are considered related service providers, which I believe is under section number 1. Yes. So basically, this was that each time they had their billing completed, they kept it in a notebook. So it's kind of, we've streamlined the forms to make it more efficient for our service providers, so they're not doing double the work that they previously were doing as outlined in the policy. So basically, they kept a notebook with all of their billing times in it and their notes. Now it's on the related service log that is under number 1.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Keene.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is Procedure 600-25, Service Learning Update. Ms. Jacobotes.
Good evening. This update has very minimal changes to it, but we did want to bring it to you for information only. In our service learning procedure, we have made changes just to the title. In the past, we have said that it would be the service learning counselor/coordinator that verifies the service learning hours at the school level, and we have changed that to the word contact, because it is not always a counselor that does that. We have also attended to the fact that Mr. Gilchrist, since Mr. Gilchrist has retired, we've had to make some adjustments to some of our service learning projects that were embedded to help our students meet the 75 hours that are required to graduate. So under Amelia Marcosian's leadership, she has worked with our teachers, and they've come up with new projects that will be infused at the various grade levels. I'm not going to read them to you, but they're listed on the second page. And where you see sassafras crossed out, we have some additional projects that are now replacing those projects. We do still partner and do trips to the sassafras. I don't want you to think that that is no longer part of our work. We still go out there. It's an important part of our community and the work that our students do. However, the projects here are very much in line and a part of the work that our students need to do to meet the service learning hours. So again, this is for information only, a few minor changes to our service learning procedure.
Any questions for Ms. Jacobotes? Thank you very much. That was for information only. The next item on the agenda is Policy CN, Registered Sexual Offenders.
Thank you, President Getz, Dr. Couch, school board members. This is a first reading of a policy change. I would like to mention that we will be going over the existing policy, but some of the changes that you will see will actually lead to the creation of a new policy.
Which is happening right below.
Yes. So the primary reason for the change is the existing policy includes both students and adults. We are going to break those out into two separate policies. The aspects that impacts the adults will remain as policy CN, which I'm opening for you right now. You will note any change is highlighted in red, and anything that is crossed out deals with students. Highlight down here, many of the changes that you see that have been added in red reflect the changes that have been made in the updated education article, specifically outlined in section 11-722. Everything in here that is in red comes directly from the law. It goes on to just explain, you know, who this applies to, when we can restrict access, as well as to times where, you know, a school is not in session and someone with a, who is in this sex offender database could attend school grounds for an activity like voting, if it was ever to be held in our schools.
None of our schools are polling places.
Correct, but this is what is outlined inside the law.
But it could be in the future, so we have to
So
put it in there.
that's why it's in there.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, actually,
It was in
we
the past.
have alternative polling places, so if there's ever, in other words, we have to sign a contract that says if something happens at the original polling place, we are a polling place.
I have a question, and
Sure.
and I'm not sure if this needs to exist within this document, but there didn't seem to be any language about the repercussions for if the policy is broken by a parent or vendor or other adult. And does that need to be included in this? Is that in some other procedure, or how would that, should that be handled?
That is not outlined in this specific element, but I think when we look at our school visitor policy, there is an aspect in that element where we do have the authority where if there's any sort of disruption to issue a no trespass. But also, if we have knowledge that someone is entering our schools who is a sex offender, we should be, notifying law enforcement. But this was not outlined in the specific law. What you see in here is the law that we just took and put in here and referenced it in items 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
And that's in the first part where it says purpose. And I see in red that it says who is not a student. Does that indicate that there's a different rule for if you have a student that is a sex offender?
That's coming up.
Yeah, so you'll be seeing that then next, there's a new policy that is going to be created that addresses the student's side of things.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Hushin? Okay, that was for information only,
That's first reading, yes.
first reading.
First reading, yep.
The next item.
So it'll come back next
Yes.
month for
Yes.
vote? Okay.
The next item is new policy JLI and procedure 600-95, students as sex offenders, entry onto school property. Ms. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Hushin.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, board members. So this is kind of the companion to what Dan just brought. So it's new policy procedure, so for information tonight, approval next month. And basically, the highlights of this are that it's just what you said, Ms. Dorsey. It is a student that's been convicted of a sex offense. Those students still stay on our record, on our roll, so they're not withdrawn, they're not expelled. They just are not allowed entry onto any Kent County Public School property. Now, just like with an adult that isn't a sex offender, student may come on campus with written permission and approval from the superintendent. So it basically follows that same practice. The student must still be educated, so in other words, they receive FAPE, free and appropriate public education, to meet those graduation requirements on time until such time they are no longer on the registry list. The school will identify a liaison that will work with that family and the school system, much like we do kind of with a home hospital teaching situation. And then we have a couple of opportunities in which to deliver those educational services. It could be under home hospital teaching, should they meet the requirements for that psychological referral. It could be, it could be virtual learning. It could be through the Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents, or it could be a non-public. There must be a transition plan completed if the student returns to the school and is no longer on the registry. And if that does occur, there must be therapeutic supports in place or available for that student, peers, and staff. Any student with a 504 or IEP must be provided with educational services that meet his or her needs in that particular placement. Any questions?
I had the same question as for the other policy about
Yes.
the information on repercussions, and would it follow the same?
Yes, so the educational guidance doesn't go into what happens should a student disobey those rules. It's basically, if they disobey, you call law enforcement, and they take it from that point.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions?
Yeah, and I have one, and it might be sort of addressed maybe in the very last thing. and I know that there's confidentiality and everything else, in the adult world, if somebody's a registered sex offender, people are notified, school, what do you do about your student population and your staff in terms of, at the same time, maintaining the student who is a registered sex offender and them coming back on campus? How do you balance the rights of both sides?
Well, if this were to happen, the superintendent would be notified, who would then notify the rest of us, and we would notify the school principals, school counselors. Honestly, I'd have to look before next month to see how much further it goes than that, because really, if you're a teacher in a classroom, they just don't show up on your roster.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'll check, but I don't think it's appropriate for it really to go beyond those that need to know.
No, I wasn't asking that it would
Yeah.
be. I just sort of am
Right.
thinking, how do you balance all that?
And then certainly with student records, their cumulative file.
I saw that, yeah.
You know, we just like we would do with any other student, once they graduate, those discipline records, they go away. We don't supply those. So, do you want me to check on that before next month?
I don't know, it was just something I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Okay. That was information
First
only.
reading.
First reading. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Procedure 600-82, Alternative Classrooms and Programs.
Okay, and again, that is just new language added to the 600-82, which is alternative classroom and programs. So the definition for a reportable offense has changed to just those charges that are off school property. So before, it was off school and on school property. Each LEA, we have to report annually the number of offenses, the nature of the charge, and here's the kicker, if the reportable offense changed the student's placement, that's why it comes in this procedure, because of alternative placement. So years and years ago, if a student received a reportable offense that we got from law enforcement, it was an automatic ticket to an alternative program. That is no longer the case. The student, it has to directly, in other words, what happened in the community has to directly affect the school's environment, and you have to be able to make that case. Should you decide to change a placement to an alternative program, the student would have, at that point, there's usually DJS involvement and that type of thing, and they would have the opportunity to bring their attorney to your disciplinary hearing, that we would have to change that placement. And again, just like a student that has a 504 and IEP, we follow the same process and procedure. There would have to be a manifestation as part of that process, and then certainly we would have to be able to meet that student's needs in that placement. Now, when we get a reportable offense, it never goes in the student's cumulative file. So it's never a part of it anyway. It's housed here at Student Services, and in the superintendent's office, we notify the principals of the nature of the reportable offense, and again, we make decisions as to whether this needs to take further action, if it will come into the school adversely and need to have a change in placement.
Is there a simplistic definition of a reportable offense?
Yes. There's a whole list of, and I have a copy, and how about if I give it to Dr. Couch to give you? I've made a copy of a blank reportable offense that we usually get from Chestertown Police Department, and that gives you a good idea. So I can get that to you, Dr. Couch, for that.
It's like 12 or 16.
Oh, it's a lot.
Okay.
It's a lot.
It's like, or 21, actually.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
Okay.
Any questions? And this was for information.
I have a question, and it could just be I don't understand the placement of this information.
Okay.
On page 4, there's sort of that indented paragraph that discusses the bill repeals certain requirements. So it's under S, school security officer, and then it's sort of indented, and it says the bill repeals the requirement.
Let me catch up
Sorry.
with you. Sorry, I have several papers up here. Let me catch up with you. Actually, I'm going to, as I'm looking for it, let me let you pass this. This is the example copy that shows you the offenses.
All the reportable offenses.
I'm going to have to get my computer. I didn't bring it up here with me.
Okay.
Have it?
Yeah, on page 4, at the very bottom, where it's that paragraph that starts, the bill repeals the requirement. I'm curious about that wording and how, what it has to do with the policy. And then, so the part that concerns me is where it says that there's no longer a requirement to try to consider prohibiting a student from riding on a bus or being in the same school with their alleged victim. And while I understand that the bill may have repealed that requirement, is that something that we want to consider to have in our own policy, or are we unable to have it in our policy because it's no longer part of the bill?
Okay, this, I think this is a draft. That paragraph you're reading should not be in there.
Okay.
Now that I'm seeing it, so I'll make sure that Gail gets the corrected version. But basically what that's saying is, depending on the reportable offense, let's say the reportable offense is rape, okay? Then what they're saying is, then and the children ride the same school bus, we would not put them on the same school bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would they even be on a school bus if they
Well,
raped someone?
we would have to, we still have to provide transportation.
They would still be able to go to school after
Well,
raping?
Yeah, and it's
Well,
interesting because it
and
says
again, it
arrested
just,
and
I mean,
not-
we're saying, let's play it this way. It's alleged until, it could be alleged. If they're convicted, then we go down a whole nother ballgame, which will probably change the placement.
Yes, that would be a
Yep.
nightmare for the
Yes,
person
it
that was
would.
raped. To
Yes.
have to continue to look at that
Right.
person every
These are
day.
just reportable offenses.
Right.
They're not actually convicted of them yet.
Right, right. So, and that's probably one of your most egregious.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any additional questions? This was for information only.
Right. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to administrative services. Ms. Hemstetter is coming forward. Donation, KCHS Carpentry Program.
Okay. The KCHS administration would like to recommend approval of a donation to the construction CTE program at Kent County High School. Mr. Kurt Zoki has two large cabinet or custom cabinet shops located in Easton, Maryland. He's had 20 years' experience. He would like to gift a supply of extra wood. It's hardwood with a value of approximately $3,000 to the carpentry CTE program of KCHS. The wood would be used at the discretion of the carpentry teacher for the instructional use by students who are enrolled in the CTE program. What he would like to do is set up a date with the carpentry teacher to drop off his trailer containing the wood. The students and Mr. Shaw would be able to unload the trailer into the shop during school hours, and then after the unload, Mr. Zoki will come back to KCHS to pick up the trailer. So the KCHS administration recommends approval of the wood donation to the KCHS Carpentry CTE program valued at approximately $3,000.
Okay, as Ms. Hemstetter just recommended by the administration, approval for this donation, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Rhodes. Any comments, questions, concerns?
I just want to say I appreciate this coming forward and appreciate the community member who wants to make this donation. So thank you for bringing it to us.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I also vote yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you.
The next item is the KCHS donation concrete.
Okay, for the next one, I'm going to bring up Kaylin Stout, who is our track coach at Kent County High School. KCHS administration would like to recommend approval of a donation of concrete to the Kent County High School track team. Gillespie and Son Incorporated of Chestertown, Maryland would like to donate a concrete slab for throw-in circles for discus and shot put for the KCHS track team. The slab would be a 10-foot by 10-foot and 4 inches deep. The slab would come out to 1.24 yards, and the total value of the concrete is $460.93. So the KCHS administration recommends for approval of the concrete donation by Gillespie and Son to the KCHS track and field team valued at $460.93. And Mrs. Stout will be here if you have any questions about that.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, I just wondered if it's going to go where that's always gone, where they've thrown the shot and the discus. Is it going to go outside the stadium where they've always done the throwing, or is it going to go somewhere else?
So currently, I was trying to get actually the discus circle out of the stadium, but where I originally wanted to put both circles, there's no way we could get the concrete truck there, so we will continue to use the discus circle in the stadium, which cut down on the cost, which is great, and I do want to thank y'all for the discus cage and the high jump pit. We actually have a team of 30 athletes this season, from almost not having a track program at all. We started with 2 in the winter to now having 30 athletes. Myself, an assistant coach, Mr. Pretlow's coming out and volunteering his time with hurdles. Mr. Can is helping us with our sprint and jumping technique, as well as we have 4 managers. And I did just get news, we did get a home meet approved this season after trying to get that for the past few months. So the team, the athletes are super excited, so I encourage the Board of Education as well as the community to come out and support the track and field team. So back to it. Right next to the tennis courts is where the shot put circle will be going, since if we have any state championship shot putters, it'll be less than 60 feet. So it will do plenty right there as well.
Great. Any questions?
She's an Energizer bunny, for sure.
Well, I have
You
to
can
admit,
tell.
I think she was trying to get my son to go out, but he said no.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
I
so-
love Will Getz. He's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Just letting you know, she put a hard push on, so I'm not surprised, but, so apologies for his lack of desire to throw.
I just also want to give a shout out to you, because I've seen you really change a lot with the track team going from 2 to 30, and all the work that you've been putting in. I'm in her class, anyone knows, and that's what we talk about. And I'm just really impressed with everything that you've done for the track team, and I just think you
She's
deserve
really
it.
been a good addition to the high school, so
I-
thank you.
I think she's a great addition.
I'm going to give you a shout out too. I've been writing sports for 37 years about KCHS, and Mr. Herman, is the standard, and I want you to know that he said you remind him a lot of him. So there is no higher praise than that, so.
People are calling me Miss Mancuso, Mini Herman, because I'm in his classroom teaching biology. I have the track program, and then I'm also the astronomy teacher bringing the planetarium back
He's
to
got
life.
plans for you in the planetarium too.
I love Mr. Herman.
Okay, we need a motion.
Okay, so the administration is recommending approval of the concrete donation by Gillespie and Son to the KCHS track and field team valued at $460.93. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. Dorsey. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I'm very happy to say yes.
We have a approval to the motion. Thank you
There you go.
very much
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Citizen Advisory Committee applications.
Okay, so Ms. Sullivan asked for this to be put on the agenda, and it was actually on my radar to put on the agenda as well. Just noting that we did get a couple more applications, but unfortunately, they're not to fill the vacancies that we have at every school. So we're up to five applications, but 3 of those applications are for Garnett, so we can only fill 1 Garnett position. There's 1 at large, and we do have a student applicant. So, but we still have other schools that need to be
I think
filled.
the bylaws say if not every position's filled, then the Citizens Advisory Committee doesn't meet.
Right.
Or doesn't
It says-
exist.
The policy says the Citizen Advisory Committee shall consist of 13 members, 2 members for Kent County High School, 2 members for Kent County Middle School, 2 members for Galena Elementary, 2 members for Garnett Elementary, 2 members for Rock Hall Elementary, 2 community members at large, and 1 high school student appointed by the Kent County Board of Education. All positions must be seated before the CAC shall be active as a committee.
Right.
So,
Right, so I guess the question is, do we want to extend the deadline for the applications and then revisit this at the next meeting?
my feeling is, yes, I'd like to extend the deadline to give more people the opportunity. And then, I mean, really to have people understand that if we don't get these applications in and we don't fill these seats, that means that when this Citizens Advisory Committee term ends June 30th, a new one will not start. So we would have to determine what to do at that point. So I think if we gave till the next,
Well, we meet in 2 weeks, don't we?
Per policy, though, I mean, it states if positions must be seated before the CAC shall be active. If we're not able to fill, the question becomes 2 questions. Actually, 1 question, and then following policy, do we extend the deadline or the application period? And per policy, the CAC is not to meet until those positions are seated. I mean, it's in here.
Well, no. Well, we have enough right now.
Right, we have a quorum
It's
right
just
now.
that we're talking about
But it
when.
doesn't speak to quorum. The language specifically states, all positions must be seated before the CAC shall be active as a committee.
Right.
So if they're
but what
not
I would-
seated.
But what I would say, I would counter to that, we did take a vote as a board that we were not going to fill those vacancies.
Right.
We had an opportunity to fill vacancies when we had resignations, but as this board made a decision not to fill those vacancies. So I think that we kind of have to hold this year harmless because we made that decision.
So, but then this advisory committee attachment B, has to be updated if that's go forward. It's not codified. So if this board or the prior board made a decision to do this or to accept changing the policy and we don't follow the policy, then we will be accused of not following the policy. And it seems very clear in black and white as that all positions must be seated. So we keep pushing it down the road, so I'll go back to the initial question is if we extend the application deadline or to go to another 30 days, that's one thing. But I'm just following what's here. So if we voted that we were going to change it, then it has to be codified. Or something has to be changed because it's clearly written here. I've got it right here.
well, I think if we did need to change it, we could change the wording of all positions must be seated to all outgoing positions must be seated, so that we know we're talking about the
I know
next term.
what Joe's talking about is that, so we had 2 resignations before December.
Right.
For very valid reasons. One member from Galena Elementary School took a position on one of our blueprint things. Another representative from Kent County High School's student was no longer a student there.
Right.
And then we came here, and it was the board that was seated prior to the election. It was when Mr. Johnson and Dr. Costa were still on the board. And we said we would not fill those 2 positions because we were getting
Ready to get new ones.
into a new one.
Right.
So Mr. Getz, if I'm understanding him correctly, is saying that's when we should have thrown one of 2 things. Either we should not have been continuing to meet because we had 2 vacancies, or we should have codified our vote, and we didn't do either one. I'm just saying, I think that's what you're saying. Am I right?
But we do have in the policy that we can decide not to fill those positions.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You do. There's
Yeah,
a place
that's
in
why I
that
think we did
policy
that.
that says that you can opt not to fill those
Right.
vacancies.
And that is in the policy.
What position is missing? What
It's
school?
it's the high school and Galena.
One at the high school or 2?
We have one
already
from
have
each
one.
of those, but we don't have the 2.
But and if you're talking about the new applications, we don't have any applications right now for the high
So,
school.
so let me ask you a question. So if we continue on this path of not having the full committee, and we roll into the new term, if you will, the committee has to stand down until we.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with that. If
Yeah,
rolling
me
into
too.
the new one, if we don't
If
have
we
a
don't
full,
have
fully
a fully
constituted committee, then
Correct.
it's.
Well, yeah, I would say, and I'm just myself, if we gave this process an additional 30 days to get those applications in, I would say that within those 30 days, we do not meet again.
Well,
The
and
CAC
I
doesn't
don't
meet.
believe that we have a meeting until the
April.
end of April anyway, so I
Yeah.
think that we
Okay.
would be within that timeline.
I'm just saying, we're splitting hairs here because we build a policy and now we're going outside of that.
Except part of the policy does say that we
decide
have
not to
we
fill
have the
those.
right not to fill.
I'm looking at one line.
I know, I'm
That
just
is
saying that
very
maybe the policy contradicts itself, but.
Clear as day, page 18 of the board handbook, bottom, one sentence. All positions must be seated before the CAC shall be active as a committee.
I'd like to say one thing. I know you can't have 3 board members, but I would like to be on that committee. I've mentioned it before at Kent County
Yeah.
High School, but you can't do that.
Can't do that because it's
I know,
violation of
but
open
that's-
meetings.
I just think that's a good meeting, that's all. You learn a lot there.
So this is an action item.
No, it's-
No,
I don't, is it? Oh,
It's
yeah.
listed as action item.
Okay,
The board will
yeah.
entertain a motion on whether to
extend the
extend the
deadline,
deadline
yeah.
for receiving CAC applications. Is there a motion to extend?
I would like to make a motion to extend the CAC membership application by 30 days.
So then that would be, they were due
March
March 1st,
1st.
so you're saying April 1st?
Okay, we have a motion?
I'll second that, but I also want to say that, when I feel like the board collectively turned itself inside out to make this happen. Ultimately, it was a unanimous vote, but I know that at least one board member wasn't on board in the beginning and maybe isn't on board now, not sure. But, we went back to Dr. Couch 3 and 4 times to have her revise and re-revise because there seemed to be a clamoring for this, and it's kind of disappointing that the clamoring has now disappeared. So I want to give it a good faith effort. That's why I'm seconding Mrs. Sullivan's motion, but it's very disappointing if, we tried to be responsive to the community because that's what they said they wanted, and now apparently nobody gives a hoot. So,
May I say something?
sure.
I think, I agree with Mr. Getz completely, because we're coming up with something later about policy, and it wasn't even followed. They want to get rid of a policy on an upcoming issue, and I think policy should be followed, and that policy wasn't followed in February about the handbook. You just passed it off. So that's my opinion. I believe, I agree with Mr. Getz, and I think the CAC should not have a meeting until you get someone to fill that position.
So we have a motion to extend thank you. We have thank you, Ms. McGee, and thank you, Mr. Rhodes. We have a motion to extend the deadline for receiving CAC applications by 30 days on the motion. We have a second. Any additional comment?
Well, I just want to make it clear what we're voting on, because there was a couple of different things. We're voting on
Extending the deadline.
extending the deadline. Now, so I don't know if there is going to be another motion that says we don't meet again until we're fully seated, because then we got to go shake the trees to get 2 people. So,
I guess, let's do one motion at a time.
So
Is the motion?
Just to extend the deadline.
To the CAC application deadline by 30 days until April 1st?
Correct.
correct. Now, these are applications for the 2023-24
Correct.
year.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Wait a minute. Braden.
Oh, please.
Wondering what we can do to make it more visible to outside people. Like, have we been like doing like social media posts? I know that's big in like my generation, or like other things to go get more members. And if we do extend the deadline, will we be committing to, you know, going out there and trying to get these
Right.
members?
We have a meeting with our principals on Wednesday, and we'll make a push for them to try to get individuals from their schools to apply. We also asked the current seated CAC members to make sure they went out to the school and tried to recruit people to apply as well. And some of them have done a really good job, and you can tell based on the number of people that have come forward.
Well-
So, and then we have done social media as well.
And we've done on not just school sites on social media too. We've done on the Chestertown sites, we've done on town sites, we've done on.
Support our schools.
PTA, we've done Support Our Schools, we've done in a number of different places. I know that there were, I think, Dan, was there a push on the app about the application?
Yes.
Okay.
So why do we think that people aren't really applying?
Don't know, don't have an
Don't know.
answer.
Maybe the same reason I can count on one hand, maybe 2 or 3 fingers, the number of kids that sign up every year to try to be the student member of the board, you know that. Or the fact that we can't get parents to join the PTA,
We have
you know?
very small numbers of PTA members,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any,
Second by, I did not.
I second
Ms.
it.
McGee. I'd like to go ahead and call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I also vote yes.
The motion passes to extend the deadline by 30 days. There was, Ms. McGee mentioned, are we going to entertain a second motion to have the committee stand down until the positions are filled, if I'm right?
Just following up with the
Okay.
conversation that you started, so to
So
speak.
I would entertain a motion, but that doesn't mean there has to be one.
I guess one of the things I'm wondering is that which part of the policy are we going to take our guidance from? The policy that, part of the policy, which part of the policy are we going to take our guidance from? The policy that says we have the right to say we won't fill vacancies if, for example, it was too close to the new one starting, which I think is what the guidance we used, or the part of the policy that says unless it's fully constituted, it doesn't meet.
I think we should follow the policy that you outlined, Dr. and Mr. Getz.
You've been promoted, Joe.
I just think you made a good point there, and the policies need to be followed.
So I would say that I think that we would possibly run into the same difficulty here. What is the term then for the person that fills in? So let's say we fill a spot in February for somebody to step down in December. Do they only serve until June? And if we've already met our obligation of 4 meetings, the chances
Which we
are
have.
we may not meet again until June. So are we filling a position just to have a number 13? How do we, at what point are we filling a seat without actually having the committee complete its mission?
Okay, so my suggestion, because we're going to get bogged down here.
Yes.
We're not going to make a decision. Let's, at the next board meeting, we're going to bring back up this whole idea of applications, because if we do have enough, we're going to have to announce who the people are.
Right.
That are going to be on there.
Now, when you say the board meeting, we meet a second time this month. Is that the meeting you're talking about?
No, the
Okay.
regular April meeting.
Okay, gotcha.
And so, at that point, if you want me to add in the policy, and we want to make some ideas about looking at the policy, then we can do that at that time.
Okay.
If there's some tweaking that we have to do to the policy so it all coincides and matches, we can do that, or not do anything at all.
And I just want to be clear, my biggest concern is that without having all of those seats filled, there's a lack of representation from all the schools across the board. And that's why the Citizens Advisory Committee was put together. is to
I
have
don't- I
it
don't-
voiced by everyone.
I don't disagree with anything
Yeah, I
you
know, I'm
said.
just saying, it just, we're kind of changing mid-gear here, and so I'm just saying that, it would be very nice, and I hope we get more folks. I really do, like, honestly, I really do. But I think at the end of the day, there's this lack of representation from a certain corner of the county or a certain place that I think is valuable.
I'd like to say one more thing. I understand, I'm going to go back to what I said before. I really want to be on that committee, and I know you can't have 3 board members. Is there any way I can be a non-board member for an hour?
No.
I mean,
No.
I'm just saying that it's just, I like to represent, I like to be at those meetings. I've been to them a lot of them this year, and now I can't even go. And I thought and there's no filming, you can't tell what, there's minutes, but I'd really like to be on that group, that's all. That's not much I can do about it.
Okay, thank you. So we do not have a second motion, so we'll move forward with what we have with that motion that we just passed. And with that being said, we'll move on to the expenditures revenue report, 9D. Ms. Stewart, one of these days we'll flip it and put you first, but
It's completely fine. I've been doing it for 3 years now, so. Good evening, President, guests, Dr. Couch, members of the board. We're going to go over tonight the expenditure and revenue report as of February 28th, 2023. If you will note, we'll go over the revenues. For Fund 1, we have received about $25.1 million. For Fund 3, which is our school construction, $5.1 million, and Fund 5, food service, $1.2 million, to bring us a total of cash receipts of $31,583,175.30. We move to our expenditures for current expense fund. As you will see, as of February 28th, we have expended about 85% of the current expense fund. We move to our school construction. As you will see, we have expended about $5.6 million with our school construction projects. And food service, about 83% of that funding we have expended. When we get to our restricted funds, essentially 31% has been expended for this current year, but as you know, restricted funds is pretty much we get reimbursed for what we spend out with all of our grant funding. And then the last page just gives you an overview, just a breakdown of revenue and expenses for all Fund 1, 3, and 5, the revenues and expenses. Any questions?
Yeah, no, I was not a math major. I was a history major in college. So I'm looking at the the school construction fund, for example, expenditures as of February 28th. How do you get 704% and 124%?
So essentially,
you could go.
So essentially, I still put the percentage in there just as far as consistency, but the school construction fund is noted differently. We have a budget for this current fiscal year, but essentially, let's just say if a project we have from the prior fiscal year carries over into the next year, those expenses are also included. I'll have more information in detail on the next, because we talk in more detail school construction and food service.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
are there any questions for Ms. Stewart on the expenditures and revenue report? Okay, thank you, Ms. Stewart. We'll move on to food service and school construction review.
All right, so this evening, I wanted to present to you all school construction and food service, an overview and projections of this school fiscal year. Tonight, I have with us our accountant, Craig Kirby, and our support supervisor for food service, Angela Knoll, who will be assisting me with presenting our review. All right, so the agenda for tonight, as you will see, we'll go over school construction activities, give you an overview of all the school construction projects and where we stand. Then we'll go and move forward with our food service activities and then give you an overview and projection of food service expenses and revenues for year end. I will have Craig Kirby explain this side of our school construction activities.
Good evening, President, guests, Dr. Couch, members of the board. What you see before you is kind of what we've been working on, what's been completed, and what we have upcoming in terms of school construction activities. So as everybody's aware, we're in the middle of the roof project right now. We're slated to finish that this coming summer. We're right on schedule, if not ahead of schedule at the moment, so fingers crossed it stays that way, and we're all finished this summer. The KCHS track project is completed. That was the resurfacing of the track that we had the prior summer. The Galena renovation is also now fully complete. And then, as of today, actually, we have our contract pretty much in place. You'll see it next month at the board meeting for the upcoming stadium lighting project, where they're going to retrofit all of our old stadium lighting into new LED fixtures. They're also going to add an extra row that points out towards the parking lot, so now it's not completely dark by the tennis courts and everything now. So that's kind of what we have at the moment, what's coming down the pipe in terms of school construction.
Can we get KCHS sunglasses for the first game night game? Because it's going to be brighter
It's
than we've
going to
ever
be
seen.
bright.
It will.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just note that we are still waiting. I did hear from Senator Hershey's office today, filled out a bunch of paperwork so that we could try to move forward with the tennis courts.
That's what I wondered, okay.
Yeah. So we're still waiting.
But it probably won't happen this season?
It should be able to be done
Really?
over the summer.
No, but I meant this tennis
no,
season.
no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
All right, so and kind of to go into what Ms. McGee had asked in the prior slide, in the prior presentation about how we can have 700% of the budget expended. Essentially, going into the year, that happens if, as Ms. Stewart had mentioned, we have some project carryover from prior years into the current year that we weren't expecting to have, or projects are well ahead of schedule, or materials become more readily available than we thought that they were. So for the roofing project in particular, we were thinking originally we were going to kind of have half the materials last summer and then gain the rest of the materials this coming summer. We went ahead and took advantage while we could and just went ahead and accepted all of the materials for the project. So that's really the biggest driver in terms of why it looks like we expended more. But as you can see here, this is essentially our financial overview where we look at the revenue that we receive compared to the expenditures, essentially. So as you can see, locally for the roof project, we have 3.1 revenue and 3.1 in expenditures. So we are right on track in terms of what we have spent. We've already received back from either the state or the county for their portions. And if you look down, actually, I misspoke there. The county portions we are on track with. The state made a small error on their end in terms of duplicating one of our first invoices to them, so they're in the process of fixing that mistake now. So before long here, these will all net to zero. So that's why there still shows a balance from the state. It's just an erroneous error on their part. And then you can see for the Galena project, the final application has been paid in full from the county, so we are completely netted out for the Galena project as well.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so now we move forward to our food service activities. We'll start with our projections for year end and then give you an overview of our fund balance, our plans for use of fund balance, and then key items to note. So with our food service projected year end, we're looking at estimated revenues receiving about $1,092,000. Estimated expenditures are looking at $1,060,000 to give us a remaining balance, which essentially would be fund balance for fiscal year '23, which is $31,419.52. Fund balance overview, this is something that we would like, we wanted to make the board aware. For fiscal year 2021, we had a fund balance of $57,222. And going into fiscal year '22, a fund balance of $383,142, which essentially will give us the total fund balance for fiscal year '23, $440,364. And this does not include what I mentioned on the previous slide. So this is based on prior year fund balances. Now, the reason for the high balance in fund balance is because of COVID. because essentially the state awarded us additional funds for feeding the children because of the COVID pandemic.
And just to remind you, this is restricted fund balance just for food service. So it's not falling into our fund balance, which we talk about separate. It's restricted just to the food service.
So plans for use of fund balance, we have not executed any of these plans. More of the smaller items that we know that food service needs, like pots and pans and different things like that, we're looking to move forward. But this is important because the state auditors are going to come back to give us an overview. Food service underwent an audit, and essentially it's important for us to have a plan for our fund balance. So this is what we want to, this is what we were thinking and our ideas behind this. Going through our food service area, the first thing that we were looking at is to purchase a walk-in freezer at Rock Hall. Rock Hall currently is the only school that does not have a walk-in freezer, and then a new forklift for the warehouse. Now, in between of looking through these plans, there was a grant opportunity that could pay for the walk-in freezer. We are still waiting to hear back to see if we were awarded the grant. If we were awarded the grant, then that will give us more money in the food service fund balance to utilize elsewhere. The forklift in the warehouse is important because the warehouse is where we keep all of our food, all of our Cisco orders, every food order that comes in. That's where our food service truck driver is able to organize the warehouse to situate that. So the forklift is needed. We do have an older forklift that is causing us problems that we're constantly having to expend on. So that was kind of the reason behind that, to look at that type of purchase. If that goes through, then the next thing we're thinking is to install all air conditioning systems in all kitchens except for the high school, because the high school has air conditioning. The reason behind that is because we do have vendors that do come out whenever our equipment, like our stove or oven or things like that, break down. They come out to look at it, and we've been told many times that we're always going to have issues because there's no air conditioning in our other kitchens. So heat is constantly running and rising, which causes a huge impact on the functioning of our equipment. So fixing that issue, we're hoping that if we're able to get that, then we can update the equipment in all of our kitchens. Most of our equipment that's in our kitchens are probably like 15 to 20 years old. So having this fund balance will give us the advantage in this manner to then look at our major equipment and replace it. And take the necessary step to look also at vendors where we know that we're going to get good quality equipment, because we have ran into issues where we bought equipment and within a matter of weeks it's broken down after purchase. After that, looking at, like what I was saying before, which are more of the smaller items that we can do now, which is purchase new appliances for the kitchens, and then any other needs for our school kitchens. So any questions about that? All right, so this is, I know, Ms. McGee, you've kind of have asked this a couple of times. So in the past, based on, and Angie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in the past, essentially, if we have a fund balance, if we're in a negative, we don't have a fund balance, we don't have to increase the school meal prices. However, if we do have a fund balance, we do have to look at that. We are going to do more research, because if we essentially apply and go through CEP, we may not even have to increase the school lunch. However, there is a document that is provided to us that gives us what the estimated meal cost would be if we have to increase the school lunch. Now, I would like for you all to note that there is a 10-cent cap that we can only charge. So essentially, if the increase is over that 10 cents, the increase will follow the following year. So estimated for fiscal year '24, if you look, the current lunch price for all elementary schools is $2.50. The lunch price that we would have to charge for fiscal year '24 is $2.60, and then following after that, in fiscal year '25, $2.65, because that 5 cents carries over to the following year. And same thing as for middle and high, because the current lunch price is $2.75. Essentially, we would have to increase by $2.90, but we will be capped in '24 at the $2.85. I am going to.
It might not even be an issue if we.
That's what she
Right.
said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. But I just wanted to, we kind of just wanted to make sure that you all in the loop to understand.
When was the last time, I know COVID sort of messes this up, but when was the last time we raised prices?
I believe it was 2017, I can double check on that.
No, that's okay. I mean, I knew it had been a while.
It's been a while.
Okay.
And so this slide, I'm going to have Angie come up and to explain with our à la carte increases.
So with food service being restricted funds, they want to make sure that we are never using à la carte proceeds to, or I should say, meal proceeds that are paid by the USDA and the state to cover the cost of our à la carte items. So we have analyzed, and based on that, we were not charging enough for à la carte items. So moving forward, whether we go with CEP or not, the à la carte items would need to be raised so that we're not dipping into the federal funds to cover the cost of those. So generally, it was about a 15% increase across the board. Yeah.
Yep.
Any questions about that?
No, I can just validate from being in the food service industry and the commodity side. I mean, I'm in the dairy side, and the increases have been incredible, but from the farmers all the way up through supply chain, but even the protein side, friends from Tyson, friends from different different suppliers, it's been crazy. And there was a lot of thought that it was going to mellow or at least come down at some point the middle of this year, and they're actually calling for costs to be even higher in the back half of this year. So it's not a pleasant place to be if
It's
you're in
been
the food
really
world.
amazing to see, and
Yeah.
as I've gone through and done the research and the pricing
Yeah.
just prior to the pandemic to what we're paying now for the same items is.
And we're seeing it at the grocery store every week. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah.
Do we need to consider paring down our à la carte options? Are we gonna sell a $3 hot dog?
Probably not a hot dog, but some kids do like it, and I always like to keep the options there. And for certain, hot dogs specifically is probably the least favorite, especially at the, now I will say, not at the elementary level, but the high school and middle school aren't
But
as
staff
big a
can buy
fan.
the à la carte too.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so this next slide is key notes, key items to note, and so all of these areas pretty much cover our food service, and we'll just be providing you more details behind that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to say one thing.
Please.
Mr. Kirby, thank you very much for letting me and Dr. Couch go and inspect the roof. I enjoyed that. You guys were really nice, and thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
The next item on the agenda is grant approval, CTE Innovation.
All right, so. Okay. All right. So, we have been awarded a new grant for fiscal year '23. It's the CTE Innovation Grant. And the CTE Innovation Grant was awarded by the state to Kent County Public Schools in the amount of $14,650. The grant period is from November 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. The fiscal year '23 CTE Innovation Grant is designed to give KCH students the opportunity to develop introductory welding skills in order to help facilitate the students with completing an apprenticeship with partners such as Dixon Valve, Gillespie and Sons, and Chestertown Welding and Fabrication, starting during the summer between their junior and senior year in high school, following the completion of the Introduction to Welding course. Students in this pathway will be able to use the apprenticeship towards the 450 hours of work-based learning required for this CTE program, with the goal of increasing welding opportunities for Kent County High School students so they can get an earlier start on their careers. Administration is requesting approval of the new fiscal year 2023 CTE Innovation Grant.
Are there any questions?
Do you have any idea how many students this would benefit?
That I am not 100%
I
sure.
think that the amount, you know something?
I talked about it before.
Okay, go ahead.
So it varies from year to year. We're going to try to start out with 1 or 2 students, getting into the apprenticeship and then gradually growing it over the next few years.
Right, but I think the equipment that they purchased with this grant, I think were 10, I think it was a total of 10.
Is that what the money went towards?
Yeah, the
Equipment purchase?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, the administration is requesting approval of the new fiscal year 2023 CTE Innovation Grant. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve.
Ms. McGee has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions?
I just want to say that welding is one of those skills that are highly prized, and if our kids come out of the welding program the way they're coming out of some of our other programs, they're going to be able to get jobs right off the bat. So I think this is huge.
I would like to say one thing. My son really enjoyed his welding class, and he's excelled, and there's a class coming up at Chesapeake this summer that he might take, but he's learned an awful lot, and there's a lot of opportunity for welders.
Cool. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. If there are no additional comments, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, naming of schools and facilities, Policy F.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, we had a community member who came forward asking for the board to consider naming the KCHS stage after a certain individual. However, the policy is very clear that if we were to do that, we have to put together a committee, and you have to take into consideration any other names that may come up. And it's not just naming it after a specific individual, but going through the process to ensure that there's public input and opportunities to consider other names. So I didn't know if the board wanted to entertain a motion, if you wanted to move forward, if you were at a spot where you wanted to move forward with any recommendation.
Okay, the potential action item here is for the board to entertain a motion on whether to move forward with a request from a community member, and if I'm correct, this is the naming of the Kent County High School stage.
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion to move forward? Call for the motion again. Do we have a motion to move forward? Okay. No motion provided?
Motion dies.
Motion dies. Okay, the next item on the agenda, policy KCD, public gifts donations to the school system.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, this is the second reading of the policy that was presented by Ms. Stewart at the last board meeting.
And I see Ms. Stewart at the podium.
Yes. So essentially, we went back and evaluated, took the notes that were made at the last board meeting concerning the update of this policy. You will note the changes at the bottom, in the bottom paragraph. I have pretty much added where any public gifts, funds, and donations received directly by any Kent County Public School must be approved by the board equal to or greater than $5,000 in value prior to utilization. This includes the non-monetary donations such as equipment, et cetera. I've also added this section here, this paragraph here, where it talks about when fundraisers occur in the schools, the below fundraiser form should be completed and approved prior to the fundraising event. It goes on to say, when donations, gifts, and funds have been made to the Kent County Public school system, the donations, gifts, and funds form should be completed and approved prior to the use of donation, gifts, or funds, and fundraising forms should be documented and kept at the school to be readily accessible should information be needed for finance, and approved donations, gifts, and funds form will be kept by finance. So as you can see on the third page, there's already a fundraising form that is in this policy that the schools use. However, the addition would be if the fundraiser is $5,000 or more, it would need to come to the board for approval. Then we implemented another form, which is donations, gifts, and funds form. So you would know it would have the name of the donor, the date the donation was provided, the value of the donation, and the school and billing donation was made to, and the purpose. And at the bottom, you would note that there would be the board meeting approval date, required signatures from the principal, superintendent, and the president of the board. So those were pretty much the additions to the policy from the last time. And administration is requesting approval for this policy, unless there's...
Any questions?
I have a question for Dr. Couch. I was going to mention this to Mrs. Hemstetter, but she's left, to get approval for something. I'd like to fund painting the goalposts at the high school. They really look pretty bad. I have an estimate from someone, but the reason I'm asking Dr. Couch is I guess you have to get 2 or 3 different estimates.
Yeah, we
This
have-
is by Zerfus Painting for $1,100 to paint both of them. I'd like to see if we could fast track it and get it done before graduation.
Okay, could we, let's,
I
that
know
would be...
This is in this policy, that's what the donation policy, that's why I'm bringing this up.
Right. Well, as far as the donation with regard to having work done, we would still have to follow our procedure and our procurement procedures, which means we'd have to get 3 quotes, and it would have to,
So that means it won't happen.
well, I don't know, that doesn't mean
I
it
mean,
won't happen, but...
Graduation's June 2nd, you're getting new lights put up this summer, it would just be nice to have it done. They
Right.
look all rusty and in really poor shape.
I understand, but we have to follow our procurement policy with regard to making sure that we get the number of quotes that we need. We can't have a board member going out and getting quotes, is what I'm saying.
Okay,
And then,
well, so are you saying that will it take a while to get 2 quotes? I mean, is there some way we can fast track this so we can figure it out fairly soon?
Right.
Because the guy's ready to paint it.
I'm not sure that this is a board topic.
Well, I'm bringing it up because this is under the donation policy,
Yeah,
that's
so-
all.
I think you may need to speak to Dr. Couch about this.
Yeah, so what I would say is let's
Okay.
look at this policy, KCD. Are there, and then I do agree that that's something that Dr. Couch and, we can follow up and then begin the process looking through. Administration is requesting approval, the updated policy, KCD, public gifts, donations, and funds to the school system. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McGee has the second. Any further comments or questions?
I did just want to say that I know that we have a number of school organizations that do fundraisers for our schools, and if we could make sure that the principals distribute the revised policy to those organizations.
right, we have a principal meeting on Wednesday, so we'll make sure that we do that. The things that would be different is, this is specifically focuses on a school if they're doing a school fundraiser. And so if we have like booster clubs and whatnot that don't have their finances with us, then they would not be,
They don't have to
Yeah.
follow this, okay.
What about like the SGA and stuff like that? It's under 5,000, so we wouldn't
Yeah,
have to go through all of this.
yeah, if it's under
I-
5,000.
I
Yeah.
didn't think so.
Yeah.
They're still
You still have
guided,
to let your principal know, don't you?
yes, they're still,
Yeah, we still have to do that.
Yeah.
It's just, If we had to do like every individual thing, that would be kind of slow.
Yeah, that would
But
be-
it's under $5,000
Right.
most of the time.
And they're still instructed that, because we do the school funds audit, they're still instructed to make sure there's a separate budget line for any specific donation, so they can be readily seen.
Yeah,
And don't they all end
that's
up
all the
with you?
finance.
At school funds, essentially, yes, I can see it, but most of
Okay.
that happens at the school level with donations.
Okay, administration is requesting approval of the updated, we have the motion second, correct? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Sullivan has the motion, Ms. McGee has the second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. Sorry, daylight savings time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
I also vote yes.
Okay, the motion passes, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is Policy B, Board Handbook.
Okay, this is the second reading of the policy that was brought forward for consideration. Administration is recommending approval of the policy.
Okay, as Dr. Couch mentioned, the administration is recommending approval of Board Policy B, Board of Education Handbook. Do we have a motion to approve?
May I ask something?
Please.
So this is a policy action. You want to take the February review out of the book. Is that correct?
The policy would take that out, yes.
Okay, so referring to Mr. Getz, Dr. Getz, he wanted to follow a policy. Well, the policy wasn't followed on the handbook, and that's a little frustrating to me because it was supposed to be reviewed in February. I know you update it all the time, but why did you just pass on the policy? Because now it's March and February's passed and we haven't had a review of it when it was a policy.
Just recommending change to the board policy. Because we've seen it, we've looked at this board handbook at least 2, maybe 3 times this year.
I understand, but it's a policy and it wasn't adhered to.
Right, well, that's why we're changing it to.
I know, but it was supposed to be done in February. That's all I'm saying. Whatever you want to do. Everyone doesn't like my idea anyhow, but what I'm trying to say is we need to follow the policies. And if Mr. Getz was talking about the CAC policy, and now we're talking about the board, it wasn't even done in February when it was written in there years ago. And I don't know why it wasn't followed in February the way it should have been. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, and I would just add, to go back to the CAC piece, I mean, I can envision that's probably going to come forward. So for me, I mean, the way the policy is written on the CAC piece was why I was adamant about that. This is a different topic, different subject, and this has been through the process of being vetted and talked to the board, and if that comes through, then we'll manage that accordingly as well. So the administration is recommending approval of Board Policy B, Board of Education Handbook. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. The motion was by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions?
I just wanted to say that I had to leave early and was not able to participate in the discussion at the last meeting. But I do agree that it is a living document and that it is updated fairly regularly as needed throughout the year. So it's not like it's going to lay stagnant. And yes, there was a policy to review in February, but policies are often being reviewed and updated. So I feel that we will have plenty of opportunities to take a look at handbook policies when we need to.
Any additional comments?
I just want to say that, I'm a new board member, and I know that February, which my first experience was this February, was a busy month for everything that was on our agenda as far as the budget. We've been discussing in blueprint, et cetera. So that's one of the reasons that I myself feel like that February shouldn't be the month. And if someone wants to make it another month, that's not so busy, that would be fine. But I found that we were a bit busy in February.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Any additional comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We have one opposition. Mr. Wallace?
I'll go with yes.
Okay, the motion passes as presented. on Policy B Board Handbook. The next item on the agenda, fiscal year '24 budget discussion.
I'm going to get the clicker,
The clicker.
the infamous clicker.
So, just a question for the board. It is 9:23. Does everyone want to take a recess for 5 seconds, 5 minutes to
5
use
seconds.
the bathroom, or do we want to just continue to trudge through? I'll be able to make Ms. Stewart in 5 seconds, but I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that we should, but I know we've got board discussion on budget.
You can always go.
With a little break, yeah.
You can always go. If everybody wants to keep going,
Do we want to go 5
let's
minutes?
just go and then come back, and then we'll start whenever.
Okay, do we need to adjourn?
You have to vote to take a recess.
Yeah, so why don't, looking for a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes.
I make that motion.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee, second by Mr. Rhodes. Any comments, questions? Hearing none. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
Aye. We'll see you guys in Welcome back, everyone, to the open session for Kent County Public Schools Board of Education, Monday, March 13th. We are continuing our agenda. The next item on the agenda is fiscal year '24 budget discussion. Dr. Couch.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the board, we wanted to continue our discussion about the 2024 budget. One of the things you asked us to do was to take out all of the items that were actual requirements, those that were, that we could pay out of a different funding source, and also see what all was left. And so I think that will help me as I put together the budget for FY24. So the first thing was, we're recapping the discussion. We're going to discuss in detail all of the budget requests and determine what expenditures you would like for me to include in the FY24 budget. This is just a reminder that this is where we were with the current budgeted amount, where we expected to end the year-end expenditures and the remaining balance. We thought this would help you a little bit, Mr. Rhodes, in that you can see where we've been over on many of the line items. So I think it's important to make an important or underscore an important aspect of our budget. Almost 90% of our budget is people-related. It's all personnel-driven. So we don't have a lot of fluff in a lot of different areas. It's mainly people. So when we see a drastic loss in our budget, or we see a revenue reduction, that is really going to affect our people. So this is the current budget overview. You'll see how much we projected or we had budgeted for FY23. We looked at where we had some savings that we could immediately just reduce going into FY24. Those reductions were taken in special education and in fixed charges, which was a reduction of our budget, just right off the bat, reducing our budget by $700,000. And then that had kind of reset the new norm, if you will, for FY24 of $30,080,914. So then we looked at what about our current needs in terms of, where are we at with revenues? So we knew that we were going to start out the year with $30,080,914,000. So we're only getting revenues of $29,633,064.
Is that because of declining student enrollment?
That is, some of it is due to declining enrollment, but that is the amount that we are getting from, because if you remember, we built our budget last year with some fund balance, so we kind of inflated the amount of money of revenues. So we know that we're going to be in the hole, just moving forward, just to keep what we have, by $447,000, well, almost $448,000. Oops, sorry. So then you look at the 447, and then we talked about the non-negotiable expenses, which we talked about, which was our increase in insurance, the retirement, all of those things that we added in. That added an additional $470,000. So we know going into FY24, we have to cut our budget by $918,000, with $83.51. That's just to keep what we have moving forward and just to take care of what we know we have to take care of moving into FY24. So you add all of those in, you add in the pending budget requests. Now again, many of those are still under review. We haven't said yes to all those, but if we were to say yes to all of those, you can see that we would already be in the hole, almost $1.8 billion. So I can tell you right now, there's no way we can say yes to all of these requests. It's just, we just don't have the capacity to reduce that amount in our budget. So what we wanted to do was to talk about some things that were removed. These things were removed because we don't need the annual science kit replacements because we haven't even bought the science series. We don't need to increase the tech contracts because it's not going to be needed, and we don't need to increase the number of staff devices. So $27,000 is taken off of those requests. The budget requests that are required that we left on, they total of $112,800. And those are listed for you. We've got the Spanish digital textbook, the science field experiences that we need for our students to get the requirements that they have for graduation. And the digital IM licenses, that's our illustrative math license for kindergarten through Algebra 2. This is, we implemented it for Algebra 2 this year and Algebra 1. Fine Arts Core Program, we did pay for it out of a grant, but now we're going to have to move forward and take care of it within our own budget. The diagnostic reading assessments, adding more seats for our MAT testing, replacement of panels for Fine Arts Showcase, our world language subscription, increasing our legal budget, uniform replacement for athletics, special needs bus. Remember before we had $120,000. We noted that if we extend it, we buy it new and we extend it with a lease purchase, it'd cost us $13,000 a year, which is much more palatable than $120,000 buying a bus outright. And then replacing 2 maintenance vans with the lease that we have, that would be $112,000. So you keep in mind that we have to add that just adds more to what we have to consider. Budget requests, possible grant funding. These are the items that we felt that we could potentially pay for out of the grant, which means ESSER or any of our other grants. And so we've got the textbooks for astronomy, auto mechanics, the storage space makers, the student desk, and the science textbooks. And that's $91,000, 264 that we feel like we can take out of grant funding. This one's a little hard to read. But these are the budget requests we still have to decide. You know, I think it's important, we're still going to have to go back and talk about how we're going to reduce our budget. That's another conversation, and which I'll have at the very end. But we have to see whether we want to even consider any of these other budget requests that we have. They total $540,000. And most of those are recurring costs. All the requests for people are going to take away from what we have to know, what we know we're going to have to cut from our budget in the first place. So we'll be going in the wrong direction. That's not to say that maybe some of these, I mean, I think that all of these have merit to some degree, but I don't know where you want to go with discussing any of these further. I know you've had time to look at this PowerPoint and some of these requests. So I'll leave it open right now in terms of if you'd like to discuss these, or if you'd like me to finish the PowerPoint, and then we can go back.
How come, I'm embarrassed to ask this because it's probably such an obvious answer, why there are zeros?
Trish, could you speak up?
I'm sorry. Said I'm embarrassed to ask this because it's probably an obvious answer, but why is there zero at on some of these?
Well, athletic field trip driver, we're already paying for it out of, you know, the transportation budget. We're paying for contractors and
Okay.
paying for our people. So we don't really have an amount because it varies.
Okay.
And so what this would do, this would actually add a person on staff that we'd have to add benefits and those kinds of things. So I where I think one could make the argument that we could pay for it, we're still going to have that person on board as our employee. And I'm not sure this is the budget that we need to add to make that change.
So, yeah, it would just inflate the numbers. I got you.
There are two positions that, for me, are kind of at the top of my list if I had to come up with my top items on these budget requests, and it would be the counselor for the high school and the social worker for the middle school, since the middle school doesn't currently have a social worker.
They have a halftime.
They have a halftime
Yeah.
person. So those, I'm just going to put out there that those were two that struck me as.
Now, keep in mind, we have a career counselor that we're adding with the blueprint that will be shared between the high school and the middle school.
I feel the same way about a counselor, especially if the counselor's skill set includes mental health and those kinds of things, because I think that's just going to be that need is going to increase every year. I don't see us ever going back to whatever we were at one point.
I want to, I guess, third what they both just said. I think they're very valuable positions that if we can do, I think that we should do. I would probably put the rank on the social worker full-time above the third counselor, but I still think that they're both very needed, in my opinion.
Just to make note, the hiring 2 6-hour food service workers, there's a cost there, but what we would like to do, and maybe this is something that we probably should have clarified a little bit better in the PowerPoint, we would actually reduce the amount that we have allocated for substitutes, because we're not able to get substitutes in food service. We've tried, we're just unable to do that. So we have a substitute line item, but we're unable to fill those positions. So we would reduce, it would still, it's really not something, and as a matter of fact, it probably could have been taken out of this, because it's a restricted budget. The food service budget is restricted. So we would take the restricted substitute budget for food service and then translate it into 2 6-hour employees.
Yeah, I mean.
Did I communicate that right? Yeah.
I mean, I would just add a comment for me. I mean, looking at this list of need to discuss, knowing that we still, the numbers are not reflective of any type of increases or anything pertaining to the bargaining units.
I know.
And so, but if you're asking me, out of this list, the items that stand out, it would be those two. But knowing the hole that we're in without even getting to that place.
I know.
I mean, the hole is deep. So to me, I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't other items here that are hugely important, but those are the two that stick out for me, and I follow everyone's comments, but.
I think one of the indicators of really how significant, how important and significant they are is the price tag that's associated with them as well.
Right.
Well, and I think they also directly touch our students. And I think that, when I think about my decisions for the board, I always think, is it equitable? Is it sustainable? Is it good for our students? And to me, those positions will touch the most students.
Right. I think for me, I totally understand where you're coming from, and I 100% support that. I just don't see a way clear for that right now. I just can't see it. I mean, I can talk, we're going to have to talk a little bit about class size, but we've done some initial meeting as a staff to see where we could shave off. Because if you'll go to the next slide, you'll see what happens when you add in FY24 requirements. That means we would have to cut $1,030,000 out of the budget. That's without adding anything new. And then if you add in FY requirements and grants, meaning we can't sustain it with grants, then we're going to have to cut $1,122,000. And then if you were, the last scenario, if you were to fund all the grant requests and the FY '24 requirements, then I would have to cut $1,600,000. And that's not including salary increases for the staff.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm back to the very furthest 1 million, cutting $1 million out of the budget. When we looked at where we could initially end up, right now, I'm at $730,000 that I'm able to cut from the budget. And that is if we can agree on the class size piece. Now, it's a little bit early. I mean, we're being very conservative with the amount of savings that we'll have from retirements. We still haven't met with the health department because that meeting was supposed to happen today and they canceled it because of illnesses. So hopefully I'll meet with them by Friday. And then we still have, a few other things that we're looking at internally with regard to making some movements of other staff into different positions. I might be able to get us close to 900 reduction. But I think I have to come up with a way to get close to the million before we can start adding and layering on new things. As much as I would love to support that, I don't know. And I think we still have a couple of things in play right now. We've got money from the governor that potentially might come our way with the new method in which they're determining the Title I students with the direct cert. So we might see more money coming in with Title I. If that's the case, we might be able to get some of these positions, maybe even some of our social workers, we could put them into the Title I budget if that's something that they feel strongly about.
Do we know when that's coming, if possible?
It'll be after we'll see, the Assembly has to approve the budget. So we'll have to see what happens and how that affects us. I've not seen the fiscal note, so I don't know that they've actually determined how much of an increase it's going to be by, and I don't think Elise has seen it as well. We've not seen anything with regard to how it's going to impact us. So this is absolute worst-case scenario right here. And then you have before you, I passed out a sheet talking about class size. And the things that I highlighted in yellow are the ones that I would say that we would reduce at the, each of the schools. So it would be, and it would be -1 at each, at Galena, -1 at Garnett, -1 at Rock Hall, and -1 at Kent County Middle School. And you'll see that the class sizes are not, the class size averages are on the very far right. So it's not, every class is not bumping up, but we're trying to make some logical decisions about the classes where it does make sense. And we're still analyzing the class sizes at the high school. And it probably would result in maybe a loss of 1 or 1.5 teachers at the high school.
So we're really, for discussion purposes, we've got a lot of things still waiting to happen before we can get even tighter. Not tighter, that's the wrong word.
That's wrong.
Whether the governor's coming in with that piece, or, the high school teacher piece, or whatever else it looks like, we're still waiting. We're waiting for the bargaining piece.
Right.
So-
We're going to be, we know we have an obligation for our teachers, and we know what we have to do to get them to 10%.
Yep.
So we know what we have to do. We're going to be close to that, but in order for me to get closer to where I can build a budget and make a recommendation with regard to the number of reductions I can take in the budget. I need a sense from you that you support me moving forward with this class size scenario, so that can help us with that. And we're looking at making some reductions, and hopefully in health services. We're they're totally looking at their transportation efficiencies and going to try to reroute and possibly consolidate some routes, maybe shorten some routes. We're looking at starting elementary schools 15 minutes earlier than we've done this year, because what's happened is when we first consolidated, we were larger and our buses were traveling a greater distance. Well, now they're getting their buses run in a shorter time, so our bus drivers are actually waiting and being paid to wait till they can do this second tier. So Mr. Wheeler feels like if we start school about 15 minutes earlier, it'll cut down on the amount of time the bus drivers are sitting waiting to run their second route. And I think our elementary teachers are probably happier to start a little bit earlier. So we're looking at things like that, and we think that with the efficiencies that we can do in transportation, we can save about $30,000 there. We're going to reduce Discovery Education because we're going to be purchasing the science curriculum, and then we're estimating about $100,000 savings with regard to our retirements, because many of our teachers that retire are at the top end of the scale, and then the people that we hire take their place aren't as high paid. And then looking at reducing some IA positions that, like, we've got some students that will not be coming back, so we have one-on-one IAs assigned to them. We won't need them to come back, or we'll reduce those positions. Of course, if they decide they're going to stay, we'd move them into another position. But, yeah, it's still a ways away, but, I mean, I have to get there.
Sounds like we just have to build the budget in the most conservative way, and then
Yeah.
if we get more money, then we
get happy. Then we can always add things back in.
Remind me what we ended up doing last year with the out-of-zone placement in terms of specifically with, because I'm looking at the number, like with Garnett.
Yeah, we denied a bunch. We
Okay.
almost denied all of the ones that were coming in new to the school.
Okay, gotcha.
And then the ones that had been in there for a while, we allowed them to stay.
Or had a sibling, yeah, I feel like
But you'll
we got to
see
kind
that's-
of hold that
Yeah.
line again.
And that's not where we would see the cut anyways. The upper grades are fine.
What do you mean, the upper grades?
I mean, we wouldn't be taking any, if you're talking about Garnett, I mean, we're not talking about reducing anything in the upper grades anyways. It's only in the yellow.
Oh, I wondered what the yellow stood for.
Yeah, the yellow is where we would take the reduction. I know it's hard decisions. These are hard decisions, and I'm not going to be one to say that this is easy. But in the absence of doing nothing, we're not going to be able to get through this.
What I would like to know, and I discussed a little over at the last meeting, and in looking over this, I see some may need, the teacher could use an extra person more than in others. Could we try to figure out something for that? The ones that have 35 and, 31,
No.
excuse me, 31 and 24.
Well, okay, so if you're looking at Rock Hall in particular, what we would propose is moving one of those teachers down to the upper grade. So in other words, there are 2 teachers assigned to 4th grade. We would move one of those teachers to 5th grade, and then there would not be 31 in that class.
Okay, because it's mostly the fifth grade students. It looks like fifth grade in Galena have 26 and 25, and then
Right.
fifth grade into the
24, 24.
Garnet, yeah.
Right,
And then the fifth grade has 31 at Rock Hall.
Right, and so they would use an existing teacher and move that teacher down, so there would not be 31 in that class.
Okay. And eighth grade too, but eighth grade has like 6.
Right.
So Dr. Couch, what do you need from us?
I need you to endorse the fact that that we're good with moving forward with this plan.
So this is listed as for review and discussion. Do you need anything, it's not an action item, so.
No, I need
Just-
verbal, because then what I'm going to be doing at the next meeting is presenting you with what I think the budget should look like. But there seemed to be some concern about it, so I wanted you to see it.
Yeah, in my opinion, with what we know today, which we still have some open circles to close, I think that if it were me, I would move forward with the class size piece and exactly what you have here from a discussion standpoint, as well as that there is the desire to focus on the two of the requested line items. And until we start closing the circles, we're kind of out there.
Yeah, to Mr. Wallace's point, which is something that Dr. Couch said 2 weeks ago, that we kind of have to go forward with what we know right now, and maybe we'll get pleasantly surprised a little further down the road, but we can't spend money we don't have.
Right. As much as I'd like to, I can't recommend it. So I would like to move forward with the FY24 requirements. The request for the hiring the 2 people in food service by reducing the substitute line item, that's really just like transferring money to another, so it's not really going to affect our budget because it's in the restricted budget. So really, we should probably readjust that and take that off, because that's really different. And then I can bring to you what it looks like and what we would have, what it would, hopefully, I might have some better clarity in terms of.
2 weeks from now, you probably will have spoken to Mr. Webb.
Yes. And that's not really factored in. It's factored in at a very low amount, but maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised and there'll be more that I can have. But yeah, it's not a good place to be in, but I can see our way out of it, but it's going to take some work.
Do you have a date yet for a budget hearing with the county commissioners? Because I know they've started scheduling those.
April is when they've given me.
Okay.
I mean, they've given me 2 possible dates in April, so we picked they actually gave me some dates in April and then one in May, and we took the ones in April.
Okay.
Well, we said we wanted them. They haven't confirmed that those are the dates, so hopefully.
I agree. I think we need to go with the conservative approach and, in the back of our head, have the things we want to prioritize. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay?
I think I've got some direction.
Okay. Okay, the next item, thank you, Dr. Couch. Thanks. The next item on the agenda is public participation. You see Mr. Fluke coming up. King County Board of Ed, rules for public participation. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. Comments about the actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comments and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or processed through available channels. If submitting written testimony, speakers are requested to provide a copy to the president. Please remember that this is an opportunity for the community to address their comments to the board. It's not an opportunity for dialogue. If you have questions that need an answer, please contact the superintendent or write a letter to the Board of Education, and a response will be sent back to you. Mr. Fluke, I've got 3 minutes. I'll start the clock, and as we do, just remind you of 30 seconds. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Mr. Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board, Dr. Bill Fluke, I'm here partly because I'm on the CAC and partly because I'm a retired mental health professional. So I want to commend those of you who made the positive comments about particularly the school social work, the middle school. You need a full-time one, no question, and the counselor at the high school. So appreciate the value for behavioral health that you've expressed. I guess what I wanted to say, I'm a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee. When I read what you all put into policy, I interpreted it to say, and I totally value, Mr. Getz, your comment that it's got to be representative of all the schools and of the public, but I read that to say that it wouldn't become active in the first place without having all 13 members. It's been active since then. It's got, people have overlapping terms. It's not like it's been inactive and the whole thing stops and starts again on July 1st. It's an ongoing active committee. So at the very least, I think the wording in your policy is ambiguous. I don't think you intended what I heard earlier tonight, that the whole thing would stop unless there were 13 members. So if that's the way some people are seeing it, I would ask you to revisit that and make sure the policy reflects your intent. I really value being on the Citizen Advisory Committee. I am going off after this year. I'm really relieved to hear, I did a little recruiting, I'm really relieved to hear that there's another at-large member coming on. But like I say, those are...
to come on.
Well, depending on whether, sure, I get it, it's not a done deal yet. But there's also an at-large member who's got a 2-year term, and they'll be completing the first of that. So these overlapping terms make it look like there's a lot of big holes, but in fact, it's an active, ongoing committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I appreciate the chance to listen in on the budget discussions, which are tedious and scary, but really interesting. I'm really sorry I'm going to have to miss the next one on the 27th. I'll be out of town. But thanks for the good work that you all do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our notification of the next meeting. And I mentioned to Dr. Couch earlier that I am not available on the 27th of March. So certainly, I mean, it is scheduled for a budget discussion. I don't know if you'd like to reschedule or if you'd like to not. I'll just leave that open to...
I think it's really important that we have you, that we have all of us. I don't want to single out one person.
And
I think we all need to be as a group.
Yeah, and I do apologize. I was planning on having it wide open, and then that was shot to, you know what, earlier today. So I do apologize for that. So without the notification of the March 27th, I would ask if we can look at options, or do we use the Monday, April 3rd, which, by the way, that also, I'm not in town. So I promise you, it's not going to be, but I'm just not in town for the 3rd. So what I'll say this, and then we can address both. March 27th, I'm not available. The 3rd of April, Monday, I'm not, but I am available the 5th of Wednesday. I've got a week and a half of time where I'm straddling a business trip and something else that I can't get out of. I've tried and I've been shut down.
Are you available on the 28th?
I'm not.
Oh,
no.
okay.
So I'm literally gone Monday
okay.
through the following Monday night. So I do
Gotcha.
apologize for that. I'm just asking for some forgiveness and seeing if we could reschedule some times.
So let me make this suggestion. On April, the April 3rd meeting, we moved because of spring break. Could we agree to have that on April the 5th?
That's spring break?
No, April 5th, well, the meeting was scheduled for spring break, and we moved it a week ahead. So could we move the April 3rd meeting to April the 5th, which is a Wednesday?
And then what?
And then we'll
we'll
recircle with the budget meeting.
Would we still do it at 4:30? For some reason, I have it on mine as 4:30.
4:30?
On the 3rd.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe
No, it's not 4:30.
Maybe I'm not on daylight savings time.
Are you not having enough at these meetings as it is? Overtime, 8 hours?
Okay,
I'm
so
joking,
can we
of course.
do April the 5th at 5:30?
And then what's the regular date for the April meeting?
That's the regular date for the April meeting.
So we're not going to have a
No,
second?
we're going to talk about that in
Oh,
a second.
oh,
I just want
okay.
to get this one
Oh,
settled.
you're trying to get April straight?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Okay.
get April straight.
Okay,
for-
yeah,
Okay, I mean,
Okay.
so we have April 5 down.
okay.
Okay.
So we're moving it to the 5th.
Okay, now to discuss the March 27th budget discussion meeting.
Okay, so, that's a problem.
Is it too early or too soon to have it next Thursday, even though there's a Super Bowl?
What about next Friday?
Oh,
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
I-
You mean
I'm
high
not
school?
here next week.
Yes, Suzanne.
We're gonna have a super meeting.
We could.
We could start earlier, you know.
I second that.
I mean, if we've got a lot of stuff on the 3rd, we could start earlier. I mean, we could just roll it all into one and start at 4 or something like
What,
that.
the April 3rd meeting and skip the
April-
second?
I mean, excuse me,
March?
April
It's the April
5th.
April 5th.
But skip the second March meeting?
We could do like a super meeting all in one,
Yeah.
but start early.
On April 5th?
Well, it's not like we didn't start at 3 o'clock, the first meeting in
Oh, and you know what
January.
else you gotta do?
We had 2
Is
hours
that Adam is gonna be back. That's
Oh,
gonna be,
yeah.
that's gonna
Yeah.
be super crazy.
We're starting at 1 o'clock.
We start at 3?
Well, we did, our first meeting in January, we
Yeah, you
started
could
at
start at
And
3.
guys, again, I apologize. I just, there are some things that outside of this space I couldn't,
It's fine.
I just couldn't do it. Try.
Do it all in one day.
Got shot down.
We could start at 12.
Start
No, I'm
earlier,
just
do it the
kidding.
whole day.
I mean,
Yeah,
listen,
lunch and dinner.
I would be, I mean, if we could do it on the 3rd and start earlier.
No,
No, the 5th. We're
Or
the 5th now.
5th, April 5th. Sorry, Wednesday, April 5th.
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that, too. Do you want to do
Same.
What
3
time do you
o'clock?
want to start?
3 on the 5th?
3, just to give ourselves?
Yeah, I think-
Wednesday.
Well, if we
Wednesday.
have to meet with Adam also, I
That's-
mean, I think we
that's
got to
why
give
we-
ourselves an hour at least for that.
Uh-huh.
So start at 3.
so that's 3, and then 4 we'll do
3 to 10.
the budget.
Hopefully we'll be
I
done
think
at
we'll
10,
have-
before 10.
Okay, so are we in
So we'll
agreement
have an
on,
hour for the other thing, right?
yeah, are we in
Yes.
agreement for the
Yeah.
5th at 3?
Okay,
Yeah.
5th at
Yes,
3.
and then when will we go into open session?
Well, he said to give himself an hour and a half.
Oh,
That'll give you an hour and a half.
So 4:30.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to try.
Well, wait, so would we go into,
No, no.
okay,
go to
so.
closed session at
okay,
3.
We'll take care of everything in an hour and a half. Okay.
Okay, so, Ms. Gale, I'm going to try to get this
Can we
correct.
give ourselves a little cushion and say we go back into open session at 5?
No, we're going to do 4:30. We'll be
We'll get
done.
it done?
Okay.
We will be done.
Okay, the next meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County is scheduled, or will be held, on Wednesday, April 5th, 2023, beginning at 3 PM. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going to closed session. The open session will resume at 4:30 PM.
Right.
Both meetings will be located at the administrative building in the boardroom, located at 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661. I think I got that straight.
And the March 27th meeting is
Scrapped.
Scrapped.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Right,
you.
because you got the feasibility study we've got to approve. It's going to be a long meeting.
Okay.
More budget discussion. yeah.
More budget discussion.
Well, you know what, it gives you a little more time to maybe
Yeah.
have more information.
More clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks again, everyone, for understanding. I really appreciate it.
That's the last one.
That's the last one I got. I've used up all my favorites.
All right, Wendy.
Dr. Costa, if you're watching, now I've been given the moniker. Okay, the last item on the agenda is to adjourn. The administration is recommending approval to adjourn this meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. McGee. Any additional questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Wallace?
Yes.